45 seconds. $30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And just like I'm doing this guy here, Josh, who wants a flag and a knife. So, got it.
Yeah, just send your list of demands with the cards.
That's a hell of a deal, Bubba. You didn't even negotiate. You gave him more. You were ready to throw more on top of it and autograph the items.
I want to be on the other side of the field where they feel like they're getting a better deal than I am.
What they are.
Anytime Bubba can.
You don't have to feel like that.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Friday, April 11th. It's a Friday. That means there's Gene Lasker in the studio. How about it? Glad you get to see me.
Got my hair with me.
Look at you. Now, see, Gene, you know that I know that you're a hat guy, and so I always wave the hat rule on you. But I think you were listening.
Why do you got a hat rule? I mean, what's the
Good
deal?
question.
Just because.
I mean, it doesn't mess with it. Nothing. It don't stop you from talking.
Yeah, I just. I mean, if you guys think we could take a show vote, and if you guys think and Macho's not included because he's not on camera, and he always wears a hat. But if you guys think it's stupid, then we can go to you can wear a hat if you want. To me, it just seems like it's a little more professional not to wear a hat. Like it's more professional to do your hair and to look more like you're on TV than just to wear a ball cap.
I think we've always been good at what you do, but I don't think you've ever been professional.
That's so barbaric that it's true. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't remember us not wearing hats back in the day either. I mean, did we? We always did.
I don't know. Lummy back in the
Nope, yeah, we always wore hats.
I don't
Even
think
Bubba did, right?
Yeah, you did too. A lot of times, and then sometimes you didn't wear it. But there was never a hat
I
rule.
always thought that I know Spice always wore a hat.
Brent always wore like a Florida Gator hat.
Yeah.
That's a
So
no.
listen, let's do a vote right now, but we have other people to consider, so the vote won't be complete until next Friday. So because Gene will have voted, we basically have to get Dan, Jay, Tuttle, and Brian's input, or maybe they could, let us know, via text or.
I don't think any part-time people need to vote on this one.
I'd say it's up.
Then it would be me, you, and Lummy.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
And I'm going to say no hats, and then Lummy's going to. Here's why I think, Seth. Here's why I'm trying to include the part timers, because I think it gives you a chance. Because you're automatically, I know how it's going to go. You're going to say hats should be allowed. I'm going to say hats, no hats. Lummy's then Stockholmed and is going to follow
And
my.
he has to listen to you because
and he's going to follow
like
me.
Babyface says he's got butt buddies.
Right, he's my butt buddy. I mean, Lummy's my butt buddy. and he's gonna plus with a side order of Stockholm.
That's right.
So he's gonna go. I'm with Bubba on no hats, and then Seth gets beat 3-1. Whereas if we were to include the ancillary guys, I think you got a really good chance.
Got a really good chance.
At least you got more people.
Well, I mean, Dan doesn't wear a hat in his day-to-day life at all with his career and everything. And
when he's playing football, he does.
But Jay does.
Jay does?
Jay does wear a hat, yeah. You'd probably get a Jay vote on that. And then you'd probably get a babyface vote because he's your butt buddy.
Tuttle's going to be the toss-up.
Tuttle, Tuttle's the Tuttle's
Does he ever wear a hat?
Shadow Panda, $20.
And Lasker would probably vote for hats.
Yeah.
So...
No hats. None of us are allowed to, Gene.
I don't see that. I mean, because of the TV that you want to see. I mean, look at the screen at us. Look at us.
Yeah.
All you're seeing is 5 heads.
Our heads, that's right.
What do you mean?
All you're seeing is 4 head, but we all got 5s.
Well, here, then wear hats. I don't care.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, you see me now, right? Now watch this.
Gene's a little bit behind, or the
Shadow Panda, $20.
The feed's a little bit behind.
Okay.
Now, see?
Yeah.
I kind of look really cooler. No forehead. Got my sunbelt happening.
Yeah, but you know what?
Saying?
People really can't see your face that well. They can't see your eyes that well. They can't see, they can just see your
I'm not making a movie.
Your Jay Leno baboon chin.
Yeah, they can. It's right there.
All right, so here's the deal. You know what? Wear what you want. No, that's the new rule. I'm going to continue.
I'm glad I can help you out, Sep.
I'm going
I took all the heat for you.
I'm going to continue.
He's going to hate on me for a month for this.
You're a freedom fighter, Gene.
I know.
You're the Rosa Parks of wearing
I'm
hats.
a patriot.
With Bubba.
So, Pay for Steelers, $25.
Thank you so much. Maybe. So there is no rule. I'm going to, you can wear a hat if you want. No big deal.
But wasn't you wearing a hat back in the day? I mean, not that far long ago, where you had to spot different things and you would brag about what you had on your head.
I don't know, Gene. Maybe you know the show better than I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, you had a hat on. You talked about what was on your hat, and you said, "Send me a hat. I'll wear your hat." Didn't you do that?
I think it was a T-shirt.
Yeah, shirts.
No, you did, because you wore my St. Pete Legend hat for a while, Bubba.
Yeah.
But that was my first go around. I don't remember when you stopped hats, but that was 4 or 5 years ago.
I don't know when I stopped hats, but I know that why I did it. Just because I look at all major content. I try to keep up on the major players in the content world, and it looks like most of them don't wear hats. Pat McAfee, Joe Rogan, various others.
McAfee wears a wife beater and sweatpants.
But his crew wears hats sometimes.
He's got a whole thing going on.
I know.
So again,
show.
My personal opinion of hats, if I do or do not wear one, has no reflection upon you guys in if you want to wear hats. Maybe Zolt 71 can give you the day that I had the no hat rule for whatever reason, but write it down at Friday, April 11th at 2025 is the day that, and specifically 6:07 a.m., the hat rule has now been lifted. It's like the tariff almost.
Wow.
The hat tariff has been lifted.
It's like you get a new regime in here, except you're the same guy, Bubba, but you're just overturning your own policy.
Well, I got my hat
What does
on.
that sound like? Our president.
I got my hat on backwards, so I'm like.
I mean, you're really trying to irritate me now.
Now you can see my eyes.
You're really
you can see my chin.
You
can
what?
see my smile.
That actually works.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Gene,
no forehead.
But Gene, to your credit, you had heard us talk about having a no hat policy and how you were kind of factored into or grandfathered into being able to wear it, and you walked in like listen, I don't want any special treatment.
No, I came in with no hat.
I'm going to do my. That's what I'm trying to give you credit.
Oh, okay.
They're saying it's.
Let me. Gene won't even take credit when you're trying to give him credit. I'm trying to say.
You don't do that
I'm trying to say
it's kind of hard.
I'm trying to say good for you, bud.
Good for you, bud.
You listen to the show and you're like, I don't want to be special anymore. Have any special rules? I just want to be one of the boys. So I'm gonna do my hair and be one of the boys. And it went from that to now you single-handedly
help Seth out.
Well, no, I don't think it's helping Seth. I think it helps everybody out.
I'm going to get some new hats this weekend. Hey, Bubba, by the way, people in chat are saying that you put that policy in because of Anna, because she was wearing hats to hide her face.
Yeah, that's
you know
what it
what?
was.
So hold on. So that I think everybody could probably appreciate. Now, Seth, I don't know if you were here that day, but it was really, really uncomfortable. And Lummy, maybe Gary or somebody could find that particular show real fast and we could play it and you could feel my pain. So we go on the air and listen, as much as you might or might not want to wear a hat, you all would have to agree that we have to have more lighting in our face than we would like to have. We, for years, Lummy, this show is built upon us practically being in the dark.
Yes.
But everybody now would at least agree that we have to, because
we're on TV.
Because we're on TV, we have to have light. We have to. She comes in one day and her little lighting ring or whatever is just too bright for her, and she comes in wearing a hat and, Lummy, I think sunglasses.
Yes.
And I'm like,
she looked the best that way.
Well, I'm like, Anna. And like she was just being really, really, really difficult. And I was just like, I flipped out. I didn't flip out as much as I was trying to be. I was trying to be understanding. I was trying to be like, work with me. And she was just being difficult. And I was just like, you know what? From this point forward, no hats. So I just didn't arbitrarily pull out of my ass one day, no hats. I was kind of, Lummy, you're the only guy that was here. Mach, were you here when she pulled that stunt?
Oh, no, I wasn't.
No, her boyfriend was.
That's right.
Yeah, he was back stealing stuff.
Well, that was probably what was going on. He was buying wheels and she was keeping your mind off of it.
Right. You're right. He's buying 4-inch lift kits for his Polaris, and he's like, listen, keep irritating Bubba with stupid stuff. So I can
look at no paperwork.
Ain't gonna look at no paperwork. Gloria Zach, better known as Glowbug Lummy, she loves her Alaska Fridays. $25 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. So I think, Lummy, it would be just you and I, and if we can find that particular, and I think it was right at the opening of the show.
Yeah, because you told her to turn her light up.
Yeah, I told her to turn her light up. She wouldn't. So, Seth, before she got here, I'd have to go over and adjust her lighting ring because she would have it the dimmest that it could be, and it just was creating a shadow. And I didn't, I was fighting a two-person war, her and him. And so she would come in and automatically turn her lighting down, and then put a hat on and put sunglasses on, and I was just like, God, Lummy,
Neil Mount Pleasure, $50.
You forgot to say Hall of Famer.
He told me I didn't have to say it.
Oh, okay.
He likes his last name. Sorry, I just was he was saying that he just wanted me to kind of make sure I say Neil Mount Pleasure and not take up the whole show.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Neil Mount Pleasure. Go Pat, go. So I think everybody, even chat who hates me, would say that I was kind of forced into that because she had her hat way down low, like you can wear a ball cap where you can't see, a person can't see your eyes.
Well, it's like a celebrity hiding from the paparazzi,
right? And like really, bitch?
Like I'm coming out of Dunkin' Donuts in Hollywood,
right? And you're coming out of the Ivy in Hollywood. You know what, the paparazzi's popping shots. So you got your Ray-Bans and your ball cap on. So I just didn't pull no hats out of my ass. I was forced into that, and Lummy, I'm sure that we'll find it.
Yes, we will.
But since I don't have anybody like that here on staff right now, like Gene, if I needed to turn your light up one notch, you'd be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
Seth, you've been okay. We've made some adjustments with your seating, your lighting, your camera position. You've been cool with it.
Oh yeah.
We actually got you a new chair, and it's been installed correctly. took a big Lummy.
I'm sorry, Lummy. It would have been fine with. It was cool the way it was.
With the reversed handles.
I'm sorry that you had to.
But
no, listen,
it does. Is it comfortable?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, no, it's great. I didn't know. I didn't put my, I haven't rested my arms yet per se. But when you told me it was fixed, I did notice that the arm rests are put on correctly.
Right. So Lummy and his butt buddy, Lummy, we all got butt buddies around here. Like Seth's butt buddy is.
I don't got one.
Yeah, you got.
I'll be your butt buddy, Gene.
You are, Lummy?
Sure. No, you're not Gene's butt. Like he's my butt buddy. If
anything.
anything.
I didn't know. Okay.
You want me?
Yeah,
you got too many, Bubba.
I know. I thought you had a lot.
Right.
I mean, I got Dan as a butt buddy,
Yeah.
and I got Gene as a butt buddy, and I got probably
Larry Plummer.
Larry Plummer as a butt buddy.
I sent you the video.
You did? Okay. So Seth, I don't think you've seen this, and so this is what caused. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Oh, geez, man. She's dressed like a bush.
Yeah, I mean, like half of her problem was, she was a girl that was kind of attractive at times, but never tried.
At what time?
Like never tried. So
I can't believe Blitz had her dressing in camouflage.
Yeah, so
she's got the bill right on the nose.
This is what
I'll dress you up all sexy, baby.
This is what I'm fighting. This is what I'm fighting.
This was after Blitz left.
Here we go.
It's no problem.
But you can't wear a hat.
I understand, but then I'm just squinting.
Then go home.
Whoa.
Well, because it gets to the point where, at the end of the day, it's my place. It's my show. I have final say so.
You was grouchy.
I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I was very very, very tolerant. You tell me if I was grouchy, and you tell me if a person that's working at Lasker Powder Coating starts giving you this much blowback, if you would put up with it. Or you would say, this is the way it is. Get the hell out of here if you don't like it. Oh, what do I do with my spare time? I make out with Rex's dog. Remnants. Hey, listen, 36% of you who watch my YouTube channel are not subscribed. That's screwing me over. I'm losing good money on that. It's 2 clicks. Hit the subscribe and notify bell. Do it, please.
That's when we had 50,000.
What's that?
That's when we had 50,000.
Yeah. So Seth, Lasker, don't try to be ball busters. Just watch this and put yourself in my shoes. Seth, you can very well put yourself in my shoes because you sometimes have to host, and you know that when you host, you're trying to keep everybody together, to keep the continuity together, keep the conversation together. And when you automatically got somebody that's not dancing with you right out of the box, it throws you off.
Like, the whole place is a pig pen. Look at her.
Yeah, well, so, like if Seth Kushner was hosting a show, hey, it's Seth Kushner and the Blizzard, and you instantaneously get thrown off. It throws you off, and it's tough to recuperate.
Let's bring on the pain. Let's bring on the noise. Now you turn.
Aren't you happy you listened to me?
Bubba.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Good music.
First of all, you can see her hat in camouflage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how bad, if you look at the 3 people on screen, how bad does that look?
She don't look good either way.
But I'm just saying,
Does it really matter?
You got two dudes up top that are trying to be present and seen
and perfectly fine
and contribute.
Yeah.
And then you got another person who automatically just their body appearance screams.
Well, she's bucking the system at this moment. You got nobody working here that tells her she's beautiful.
With my Tyler Erb shirt. You like that?
Yeah, it's a nice shirt.
I'm more comfortable with that square that doesn't have a person in it.
Yeah.
Is that how Blitz was running things?
That's how Blitz was running things. Yeah, that's the laziness there. You might as well have had a dancing monkey over there or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Thursday, July 27, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. 2023. We opened up about Sinead O'Connor. We'll continue her momentarily. Have been sidetracked since during the hot mic segment. I mean, her body language just looks bitchy.
She don't want to be there no more.
I went
you know she's next.
behind Anna's desk, broadcasting area, I should say. If you are privy to the hot mic, meaning you listen to us on Bubba Army Radio, which, listen, that's a nightmare. No, hold on. That's a good thing in itself, is that we're in the process of moving Bubba Army Radio to a much more official, like, it's part of the whole entire redo, is we have to move the site first. And we're going to have some difficulties and some technical difficulties, let's get through this. even mobily to Bubba Army Radio, not just on talking. Like, just sometimes we won't be talking at all because we hate each other. Other days, what we're really talking about, when we drop F-bombs. Anyway, I go back. So let me hear. I think now I've monologued and bullcrapped enough to, I think I start getting into.
I think you said it. Yeah,
the issue. Now look at her. Can you see her eyes?
Yes.
I
No.
mean,
or anything.
It looks like a big nose and a bad attitude.
Yeah.
Back to adjust Anna's lighting because it's not looking good. I'm looking good. I'm looking at my monitor. And if you look, Lummy, you and we're well lit.
Yes.
She's more dim than we are. Which is Rumble and YouTube, our visual monitors. It's where you can see us currently right now. It's where you can watch the show. And watching the show is a whole different dynamic
mad at this moment
than listening to the show. And so I go back because Anna's light, which probably she did, got it turned all the way down. So it's like you can barely see her. You can't see her at all. Like on these. And so let me just say, on these ring lights, you can, because everybody now just leaves them alone because they're set to where they kind of need to be. But you can dim them down so that they're really dim. And, they don't light you up that well. Lummy's perfectly lit. I'm pretty well lit. And Lummy's lit a couple different ways. And I'm currently... It might have been funnier back then. Only being lit once, but need to get lit. And then Anna starts just being real bitchy about all this light, and she can't deal with it, and she can't do it, and she just can't do it. And she said, like, Anna, you were really being like... I'm like, I'm so sorry that these work conditions are just so bad, and I'm so sorry that you being a full-time host on a major show, and with the only prerequisite being that we have to light you correctly because a lot of portion of our show's visual. I'm sorry that's it certainly beats the Will Kuntz show now, doesn't it? You'd probably give anything to have a light on you now, like. You could go to your friend and say, "Can you believe what my boss made me do? What? Did he make you take him? Did he grab your butt inappropriately? Oh. No. Did he say something super offensive to you? No. Did he have him? Did he ask you to touch his wiener? No. Did he rub his wiener on you? No. Did he even touch you? No. Well, what'd your boss do that was so bad? Well." See, we do a show. I'm a co-host, and I'm on. Not only are we audibly, a radio show, but we're actually visually a show distributed through different visual platforms. And so we have these little lights that we use so that
ring lights.
These ring lights that we use that make us look better on camera. And he made me that fat short-armed son of a bitch made me brighter. I told him I didn't want to go brighter. I told him I couldn't do it.
You are boiling right now.
Oh, I am. Because it's just the absurdity. She's being absurd. But I don't want to be in the dark. I cannot do it. I cannot focus. Can you believe that? Can you believe you made me do that? Yeah, well, did you look better on camera? I I'm just saying, I don't like, why are you being such a bitch about me trying to put some extra light on you? Like you're being
I'm afraid to defend myself because I feel like I'm going to get in deeper trouble.
What is there to defend?
Well, I mean, like I would think that like from one, very regimented person to another, if your fan is out of place, or if you don't have your pens, or if you don't have your Post-its, it throws you off, right? Like, and so if I have a really bright light in my face, it throws me off. It gives me a headache. It's hard for me to focus, and it makes things a little bit more difficult for me. But if I can wear a hat, then it's no problem.
But you can't wear a hat.
I understand, but then I'm just squinting.
Then go home. If you can't do it, and I don't say that like in a bad way. Like you probably instantaneously just freaked out right now. I probably shouldn't have blurted those words out.
Yeah.
But like, and I don't even say that as in like I'm mad at you, or I'm just kind of like over it. And the fact that like I think you're being way over the top. I make adjustments, Andy, and they're making adjustments to my stuff all the time. I used to be like you, where I would be mad and didn't want to be well lit. But
it isn't a matter of me not wanting to be seen.
Our world has changed tremendously in the fact that we need to be seen.
I mean, I literally can't.
So now she's taking the hat off. Now this really reminds me of a kid that's throwing a fit. Like even in Lasker's world. Lasker, not when you're powder coating something and, like there's curveballs that happen all the time that you just have to deal with, that you just got to work out.
Yeah.
And to me, like I feel like I'm dealing with a kid now that's throwing a fit.
Well, she didn't comb her hair. You could see that.
I'm not asking an unreasonable request here.
Not at all.
I'm not asking an unreasonable request at all. Sometimes I'm unreasonable.
But she wasn't telling the truth.
Jason Link with $10.
Like they're squinting. I mean, if I can squint, then we can. That's fine.
You are really. It's the same ring light that I have.
I understand.
It's the same ring light that Lummy has.
I understand that.
We all, have bright lights in front of us right now. And yours has just been turned up a little bit, and it's like this is like you cannot take. Like I'm literally asking you to pick up 400 pounds and move it over here. Like that would be Lummy's job, by the way.
Yes,
you're being so like a baby about it. Okay. I'm just saying.
I understand, and I'm really not trying to be problematic.
Oh, you're not. As she's closing her eyes, she's now went from having a hat on to now just not even squinting, just
closing,
just flat closing her eyes.
I don't have like a writer of things I need around here. If I'm asked to do any chores, I do them. I try to do all my duties well and complete them and make sure that they're done on time. It's just this is like one thing where it's
the most important thing. Okay, yeah, great. Garbage duties is great. Appreciate it. Instagram postings, appreciate it. But the one thing that you are employed for is to be on the air and be part of the on-air assembly, which requires to be in front of a camera and be lit. That's your real job. These ancillary things that you do, thank you for that. But none of that. I didn't hire you to take the trash out. I hired you to be on air.
I understand that.
So that you're saying this one little thing. Well,
but I thought we resolved this issue.
One little thing is the difference of you looking like you're in a closet, so now you have to close your eyes.
Bubba, it's like looking into the sun from it. It's like open your eyes and look at the sun. I literally can't.
Hold on, I'm looking right at my ring light right now.
Hey, son.
Hold on, and my ring light above me is at its highest. And is at its highest tone. You can even look at Seth's, like he's got a different tone than mine. Mine's got a really, really, really bright tone because it's a little bit more overhead.
Mine's got a bright one too.
Yeah, and so go ahead and look right at it. And it's bright. Yeah, it's bright. But it's not like looking at the sun. Like, I mean, I can keep my eyes open.
Longwood said, now we know why they ordered those tanning bed goggles.
That would have been the only thing that would have saved this bit, Seth, is if she would have brought out the tanning goggles that I bought for $15 on my Amazon cart that I didn't even know about.
That would have been great.
You know what? I gotta give Lummy. I gotta give a
symbol for that.
Yeah, that was a good one. Thank you, chat. Sometimes, Seth, chat really brings us down, but we know occasionally you can pick off a good line from there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, I mean, well, listen.
They'll set you up sometimes.
When chat's into the show, there's nothing better.
Right. They'll set you up. Thank you, Longwood.
I don't know. My eyes are
But anyway, back to I'm literally looking. Every one of us now. Look at your ring light. It's light. It's well lit. But it doesn't make me, like I feel like I'm going to look at the sun. I need welder's goggles or anything like that.
just going to water the whole show. I don't know what to tell you. Can I turn it down maybe just like one touch?
No.
Okay.
It's the same setting that's on me. It's the same setting that's on Lummy. Lummy, will you walk over there and sit in her chair and look directly into... Look at Lummy. And so Lummy's over here trying to say, for once... It's not me.
That's right.
For once, he's not jumping up my ass. I'm over here in my corner.
Yeah, but he looks like it could come on him at any moment now. Look at him.
With my semi-auto glass little pad. And I'm just sitting here soaking it all in. And if Bubba calls on me, of course I'll sway with Bubba.
That's right.
But now Bubba's actually asking me to physically go over there.
Ew.
Like you were talking on the microphone. The camera is to the side.
I'm not suggesting it's brighter than anyone else's. It's just my eyes, I guess, are really sensitive. I don't know what to tell you.
I know what to tell you.
You're fired.
Go home. I'm sorry. What's that, Gene?
You're fired.
I know what to tell you. You're fired. Gene, what would you be doing at this point?
I'd hit him with the flashlight.
Pickleville, $25.
And Seth, Seth, as being the host, this is our opening break. Can you feel my frustration? I mean, you being a show, sometimes where you are our host.
Well, I'm not the most mature person in the world, but it does feel like a similar conversation I'd have with my 7-year-old.
Right. Who's a child, by the way.
$25.
She's a child.
I'm not much more mentally developed than my child, but it does seem like a conversation.
Right.
It's like I'm like, hey, put your seatbelt on. It's like, it's too tight.
It's like you're negotiating with Sammy here, is it not?
It is, yes. Except I win that negotiation, 9 out of 10 times.
Right. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not trying to.
I don't know what to tell. Now look at. Now she's putting
now
her.
she gotta have a sun visor over her eyes.
Now she's Steve Spurrier.
Don't know. We should have got her Gators. What are those hats? Visors.
Yeah. Neil Mount Plaisir, $100.
Damn Neil Mount Plaisir.
Gene Lasker Friday.
Hey, what happened the day before? The day before the light wasn't in her eyes?
Here's the deal, Gene. This was just out of nowhere. Like, this was just, the day before was fine, and 2 days before that was fine,
right,
and 3 weeks before that was fine. Like, for real.
Why would I want to be difficult?
Why would you want to?
Okay,
why would you not?
Because you don't got
want
no breasts.
to look the best. Gene, let's just calm down, okay?
Look at she's stupid.
I know. Okay.
She got no makeup. She got no hairdo. She got no breasts. She's wearing a stupid shirt. She's not even a girl.
She's not trying.
She's got no hairdo and no breasts. Man, when Gene starts eating that banana, he gets super
he turns into a monkey.
Oh, my God.
He turns into a stiff gorilla.
I'm just saying, man. Come on.
Listen,
you're
here's
part
the
of
thing.
the show. You need to look like something.
If you're a woman, and you're in this is just the way the world is. That'd be like watching Sirius XM's, I'm a big fan of Megyn Kelly's.
There you go, yeah.
But that'd be like her walking in, not trying to have her hair done, not having her makeup done, wearing a camouflage shirt, and
ugly fingernails.
And here's the thing about women. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules of society with women, but when you're a woman and you're in a position, or your job is in a position of being seen, you should probably try. Everybody should try to look the best they can.
Big Red 2018, $100.
I mean, all of us, although I've reinstated the hat policy, but we all are clean. We've taken a shower. We, have clean clothes on. We're not. Gene's not walking in here, like he just got done powder coating, purple.
Not at all.
I mean, you should see.
paid up. I got clean clothes, clean underwear in case something happens.
You should see how dirty Gene gets at work. Oh my God! Sometimes his entire face will be the color of the powder coat, and he looks like a he looks like a raccoon, and the only white spots on his whole face are those of his eyes where he's
and
closed
my lips
up.
because they're wet.
Right. Why would you not want to look the best?
It's not about that. I'm not trying to not look my best.
Well, really?
Really?
Because I think you're killing it in that department.
But the trade-off is I can't open my eyes. So
She's so wrong.
I mean, okay. I mean, I'll try to adjust.
She is so wrong.
Being lit.
Look at her closing her eyes.
Being well lit.
Looking down.
Is part of doing. I'm like, and you know what? Now that I think about it, I just want to caution everybody moving forward. I don't know what I was on this day with regards to being very, very, very tolerant, but I am not going to take somebody negotiating with me this well ever again, giving me this.
An adjustment that's needed.
This big of an issue over a non-issue.
Yep.
Like, you know what I'm saying? What we do. That's part of what we do. Being well lit, being able to having to negotiate with an employee to look good on the air.
Dave Mars, $20.
See us.
Right.
And now all of a sudden you have this. First of all, your lighting hasn't been that dim.
I think something happened yesterday because I was having issues with my monitor. Wasn't turning on. Red had to come in and help, and then the light turned off. So I turned it on this morning, and I don't know if it was like adjusted in terms of its placement or something. And so I was more dim than.
And again, every one of us in the last 5 minutes have looked directly at our ring light.
I got 2 on my face.
Right, and it's. Wow. What a bitch. What a bitch.
I told you from the beginning about putting girls on the show.
I'll try to work on it during the next break and see if we can work out something that's a bit more reasonable for both of us.
Well, she hates you.
Hold on, listen. Okay.
Oh, you want the commercial then?
Yeah.
Oh, that's that's the one that really stings.
I mean, when she says, I'll work on something that's a little bit more reasonable for both of us. No, Lummy.
Oh, man.
That's not a way to.
Lasker, you get back to me, and when you tell an employee a direct order and he says, hey, Gene, I'll work on something that'll work better for both of us. Tell me how long that guy's not going to be sent back.
I'm going to hit him with a cattle prod.
When you
How'd
say
that feel?
Placement or something, and so I was more dim than I usually am, but. I'll try to work on it during the next break and see if we can work out something that's a bit more reasonable for both of us.
I'm like, oh man,
kiss my butt, she said.
Okay.
The voice of reason has spoken. More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
I'd have set $20 in at that moment.
Let me see, Gene.
Oh, yeah?
Because I'd have busted his balls.
See, hold on. And Lummy, if we had any overnight Willie that went on overnight, trying to see if we.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Oh, you. To the funky sound. So now it looks like.
This looks like another day.
No, it's another day.
Oh, this is another day.
Yeah, hair's down.
Oh, okay.
You're happy. She's decamouflaged.
Right, she's decamoed. So yeah, that's how the no hat policy started, and I think you guys can understand my frustration there. And just like, you know what, no hats, because a hat could potentially lead to that, and I'm not.
Did you hate on her from there on in?
Mushroom Mitch Lummy 50, PayPal.
Go Mitch.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at The Bubba Army. I'd have to find out what the day of that show would be, Lummy, and then go and see what the second break would be. Maybe you can look at maybe during the hot mic or something.
Pickleville, $50.
When we came, it would be interesting to find that show, Lummy, see what the crosstalk during hot mic was. And then when after the 6 minutes and 20 seconds, because I saw the clock was set to there, instead of the 520 we have now, to see what I came back with, because it was my understanding that she came back with sunglasses.
Oh boy, yeah, I'll look that up.
Yeah, it's my understanding, Steph, that we came back from break and she had a set of Ray-Bans on.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Lummy, will you look for that?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
How long was she here after that? Months?
No problem. A year,
A year?
I think.
Wow.
Yeah. Almost a year.
I would say during that hot mic afterwards, Bubba said nothing.
I don't know.
No, you're right.
I say
Gene.
Bubba didn't say a word. He was so.
Hey, Lummy, when you get a chance, will you bring me some aquabados?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, buddy.
problem.
And don't forget to get my driver's license back.
I'm gonna grab it right now. I was looking at this break.
I remember when people blame me for her departure, but I could see how I definitely had something to do with that.
You got nothing to do with that.
Well, come on, it's my fault. What up, Xerxes? What up, police? What's up,
Gene, you
Mitch?
got any races? Any pavement races?
Pavement race. We started 11th and ran 5th on the lead lap.
Don't you get... Doesn't it suck that you can't put it up on the high side?
No, can't do none of that.
No,
It's
you- I mean,
bullshit.
I'm saying-
I hate it.
Like,
Okay, I hate it.
put it up on the high side.
No.
And
I can't just change my
lean
lane
on- lean on
and
the
show you
cushion.
how big of a balls I got. You can't do that.
lean on the cushion.
You don't start up front. You don't start with dope on your tires. You don't got the right spring on there. No.
They put soap on their tires?
They're doping the tires, man.
Oh.
I found out that. You know, they're putting the race hot shot or something on it. Well, you know, the go-kart thing.
Oh, the goat piss and all that.
So you tell me a dope tire is going to 0.3 of a second faster than a regular tire.
Well, for at least qualifying and a heat race.
Pretty good, Bubba.
Yep. Okay. It burns off after about 4 laps.
Well, they say when you soak them for 3 or 4 days, it don't.
Yeah, then a lot of times they'll soak them from the inside.
Yeah. And
And
put
then-
them on a rotisserie too and spin the tire for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that's,
Lovey, thank you for that.
that's what like the top 5 cars are doing.
Is Sport running?
Yeah, we passed him for his position. Sport ran 6th.
How is the Morgan guy still got the swinging?
He ran 2nd to the Colton kid.
Who's Colton?
He's Tony Carino's grandson. He's the hottest driver out right now.
How old is he?
He's a tiz. He's just like Tyler. He's like 19, 18, 19, 17, right there.
Is he gonna go anywhere?
Yeah, he should.
Yeah, but you know it's all about money.
Yeah, it's all they got some money. They don't got the money though. But like Pier Chevrolet up there is picking him up and letting him drive his car at the little 500, and maybe he's gonna drive. He's driving. You know who's sponsoring him is Taylor Andrews.
Oh, okay.
So
Is
Taylor,
that's part of sports deal, isn't it?
yeah, but he beats the shit out of Sport.
What up, Pickleville?
Sport, I don't know what's, you know, I feel bad for Sport because, you know, he's in better equipment than anybody there, and he can't win.
What up, Tease?
And I don't know why. I don't think he wants to race anymore. But he just does it for Taylor, maybe. It's kind of strange.
Oops. Mickey Big Red, $100. Neo, Pickleville.
You should just quit that. You should just convert that car back over to dirt.
But you can't convert it to dirt. They're pavement. They're pavement.
Oh, they're pavement specific chassis.
Oh, completely different axle.
Oh, fuck yeah,
different
Felix.
drive line, different rear end.
Hope you do good, buddy.
Different shocks, different
Isn't
frames,
the
different motor
torsion bar height different?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That's good.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army.
It was an easy fix there.
BubbaArmyTips.com.
Girl that's fired. All you had to do is do what I'm doing right now.
Why are you? What? Oh, you got the headphones of the.
Yeah, I'm adjusting light with my headphones.
There you go. You look like you're playing some virtual reality.
I'm a robot.
Looks like he's into some S&M.
It looks like all kinds of different things.
Don't go there, man.
I won't go there.
Wow.
Strike it from the record, please. I'm sorry.
You just messed the whole show up.
I know. I should go home.
You're self-imposing to go home.
I should go home. Yeah.
You know, Bubba don't say that unless he's hateful. He's mad.
Yeah,
man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't say that unless I am. That is my coping mechanism
For not hitting you.
For not escalating it so bad beyond repair. Meaning, like, if I calmly tell you to go home, that's because I like you, and I'm.
But in the 98 Rock days, Seth, we would sit here and we'd make him mad and get blistered by a BB gun.
Well, okay, whatever. But I'm just saying.
Changed man.
But he didn't get that mad anymore because he had fun at it.
Well, here's the
You know
deal.
what I'm saying? And the show went good.
Here's the deal.
We don't have that no more.
When I tell somebody now to go home, it's my coping mechanism before I'm ready to flip out. And when I flip out and get so mad, I'm going to start saying things that I can't take back, that are going to be scarring.
But do you mean it?
And are going to cause more of a problem between you and I as an employee-boss relationship. That if I calmly just tell you to go home, then that means you've upset me so much that I'm on the verge of firing you, but sending you home for the day without a big, huge confrontation, it will help both of us. It's going to be better for both of us in the long run, because tomorrow or in 5 or 6 hours, I'm not going to be as mad about the situation. And I've not said anything that's unrepairable. I just sent you home.
Did Tom Bean put that in your new contract or something to make you say that?
No.
No?
It's just over the years.
Took a long time for you to grow up, huh?
Yeah, it did. And I still have a long way to go when it comes to, it's tough being a host and a manager. It is. Gene, you're a manager of people, and it's tough to manage people correctly. You have to know.
Yeah, but I'm not the boss man out behind the mic too, man. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean,
man, that's hard.
It's tough.
Right, it's very tough.
And then it's tough to keep the show going and not let that little excursion you just had ruin the show, ruin your mindset. And so when I tell somebody calmly, and I did it with Rhett. And, one time. Was it one time?
I
yes.
think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the little guy behind the window?
Well, it used to be.
Oh, he's not here anymore.
No. And so I think you being sent. I think if you were to take a.
So the Macho Man's by himself?
Well, when 7-Eleven comes in, Big Red, $100.
Thank you, Big Red. Big Red's did a huge favor for me.
Thanks for fixing the armrest too, Big Red.
Big Red has just done so much. Thank you so much, Big Red, for what you've done for me. Yeah, Rhett's no longer here. So let me. I almost think statistically, like if you were to write down who got sent home on what day, I think getting sent home is the precursor of not being with us much longer.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Although it took over a year for Anna, I think that, if you've done something so bad that you and I can't negotiate it out on the air, or we can't just, go into a hot mic, go into a stop set and either not talk to each other and both know that we need to pull the nose up to save the show and not realize that the show is the most important thing and that you having to squint or lights being in your face is not the important thing. The integrity of the show is the most important thing. If you can't figure that out and you can't swallow some pride, and myself too, and doing, and having a confrontation with somebody, I have to quickly analyze how adamant I need to be about this particular issue. Is it really that big a deal? And, do I need to keep it going, or is it just going to be a distraction and end up doing more damage to the program as me and this employee is having an argument about something? Did you find?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Does it get worse?
No, it doesn't.
Seth, what do you got to the right of you? Is that to the right?
Is this right here?
No, it's one below.
A blue cap something.
Oh.
That's bugging me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please get it out of film.
Yeah, I'll get it out of the way.
Hold on. Are you talking about?
Yeah, I got it.
That's just core water.
It's
see, it's in the picture right there on the side, so it's got blue bleeding over onto my picture, and it's messing with my sun belt.
Okay.
No, I took care.
It does.
No, I apologize. It's
trying to get my angles right here.
It's been.
I'm dialing in, man. I'm trying to get my daylight working.
My angles right here, man. And your core bottle's got me messed up.
I was wondering what that blue thing was. I'm looking all over my desk here. Going,
I'm gonna throw it away. Actually,
no, it's just stop. No, I don't want to.
Seth, you're messing up his sunbelt hat.
Yeah, Gene.
I'm trying to get
Gene. It's not about you. It's.
I know. That's why I got no hat on. It's about you. I'm helping you out.
I know, but Seth's core bottle doesn't bug me, so it doesn't. It should.
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, but it's my show.
I know, but I'm on the show and he's on the show, so I'm adjusting him to help me. We're trying to be partners here, helping each other out.
Yeah, okay. It's just like, and now I'm riding on the back of the motorcycle with him because we're cool. I got my arms around his barrel chest.
Right down the back. All right.
Flying off into the sunset.
You have to shoot somebody to do that, because that's the only way I'm going to save you.
Now, Lummy, is this the next break coming out?
It should be, yes.
So can we get her face off that screen now? Or are we going back to her?
Oh, I'm trying to play it. It didn't seem like
this was afterwards.
The volume's working.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, you're a lot happier now because see your eyebrows are down.
See, I don't understand why. Let me see why I'm not getting any volume on this deal here. And I got my internet.
Is your browser down?
My browser.
I just said
the little. I don't see it.
That's Gene Lasker's typical Saturday.
Oh yeah,
and then this
fun.
was
Hall of Fame wall.
And I got the internet potted up.
Is there just maybe no audio during this segment of your
show?
I don't know.
No, because that was not even playing there.
That we can, at
least put one treat.
Let me hold on. It sounds like maybe somebody muted this out.
Ooh.
Because look, there's no audio anywhere until that's the hat deal.
That's very weird.
That's pretty cool.
That's the hot mic. And then this is us coming back. Oh, yeah. You can see, Seth, that she's now turned the light off.
Yeah, because she's dark.
Can you see?
Oh, yeah. She's in the shadows.
Yeah.
She's turned the light off. I don't know why there's no audio. There is audio on other parts of the video, but it seems to have muted out here. Now she... Oh, so I must be yelling at her, trying to get the light... And highest regard, and the sex stuff.
BFLA.
This chick in the studio. All right, so this is her mug shot. Looks like we're back on track there. So whatever, we can move on. Lasker wanted to show me what the average Saturday at his nut house is like, and so this is obviously taken from his Blink camera, and it looks like Lasker's. I don't know. Are you doing something to your truck, or are you?
No, I was just coming across the yard. We were moving the fence over. That's why you see that fence truck back over there.
Right.
And
right, so here's the fence truck.
We had the new dog playing, and Coben had told me, he says, "You need to see this." And I said, "What is it?" "Nah, you just need to see it on your own." And I said, "All right." So I walk around going to look at something, and here's my wife.
Fence truck's backing out. Day's done. You're done doing fence, and your wife decides to be a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Were you scared?
No.
The new dog's kind of scared.
Yeah. I'm going.
Gene's backing up.
Well, Gene's backing up. Now, Gene,
I'm trying to get a look at the dog because he's getting under the truck scared.
Now, are you trying? Does Sarah want you to put her over a little bit here?
No, we wasn't doing it for film.
Do you guys have any sexy time with that outfit on?
Yeah, like
no, but it makes her hips and her thighs so big. It's hot as hell. I'm not lying.
Gene's going to be having sex
with
with
Sarah.
Sarah.
She stands up with
a dinosaur uniform on.
Why would you keep them legs on?
Hey, Sarah. Yes, honey. When Coben goes to bed tonight, how about the dinosaur gimmick? How about it? Well, I heard on Bubba's show that you only wanted me from the waist on down. Yeah, cut the hat off and everything.
Yeah,
and
that'd be fine.
I'd like to have the regular Sarah head with the Sarah boobs, but I'd like the dinosaur butt and legs, please. If I was to order it up. So give me the Sarah head and Sarah boobs, and give me the dinosaur hips and ass, please.
Tail or no tail?
Oh, tail, definitely tail. I gotta have me a tail. I never. So yeah. Oh yeah, Gene, look at that. It really spreads it out. Isn't it nice? It does. And now here comes Coben. Now is he?
Well, he's seen her inside doing it.
Right.
So that's why he told me to.
And now the dog's come out and is assessing the situation. And to me, I think Gene probably said, "Hey, Sarah, you look stupid. Go back in the house."
So now our next door neighbor's got a horse, and now the horse is making noise.
Oh, Gene, looks like she's kind of showing you that hips and ass action right there.
Uh-huh.
And then tilting the head, said, "What are you going to do about it, big boy?" Well, look. And then I think she wants to maybe talk to you, so she has to open the head gimmick up and tell you about it.
What's Gene reading?
I don't know.
Coben handed him a note.
He has his report card.
No, it's probably the bill.
I don't. It might be. I don't know.
That might be the fence guy bill. And Coben brought it over for the good news. What'd you do? Move all of this fence?
Yeah, see that fence there? Well, I moved it 40 feet that way. So I put 40 more feet on my property.
On your property.
Plus the 360 feet long.
When is it going to be ready to rent?
Maybe in about another month. I got all the flooring done and all the walls painted. And
what are you going to charge a month?
$2,500.
Is it 2-bedroom?
2-bedroom with a big library and a big living room, kitchen, new cabinets, new appliances.
How about the back?
The back is how much yard?
No, I know there's a back unit too.
Oh yeah, I gotta build it yet.
That's just gonna be a 1-bedroom studio.
That's gonna be a 1-bedroom studio. Yeah.
What, 1,500?
1,500 square foot. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about my price.
Oh, probably that. Yeah, or 2,000.
Let me.
It'll be brand new
if
too.
Gene Lasker, if times got tough and he lost his powder coating business and he had to go be a fireman, and of course, if Gene was a fireman, he'd be the guy that drives the truck. You know, right?
Of course.
Listen, let me tell you something. I'll be a fireman all you want, but I'm driving the truck to the because because I'm a race car driver.
I'm gonna get there quickly.
So watch this, man. This fire truck's coming, so people are naturally getting over, and it looks like it might be like up north somewhere where there's some icy conditions. Watch this. I'm not going to stop it any times. I'm going to let it roll from this point forward. But this is titled "If Gene Lasker Was a Fire Truck Driver." Okay, you ready?
Yeah,
here we go. So everybody started getting over.
That truck's a dick.
Watch this. Look at this. Ready?
Whoa.
If Gene Lasker was with a fire truck to drive, ready? Watch this. Wow.
What was that guy in the dually thinking, man?
I don't know, man. I'll tell you what he was. He wasn't paying attention.
That's right.
Because here he is. He's behind this guy,
and he pulls right out.
And if he's paying attention, he sees you got an emergency vehicle, so you're supposed to get off on the road, on the berm or on the side, or make room for them. Or if you're on a highway like in Florida, there's this new rule called the move over rule. And if a police officer or a tow truck or an ambulance has somebody on the side of the road, there's one of two things you're supposed to do. Either get in the next lane over, so there's a lane between you and the emergency vehicle, or slow down 20 mile an hour slower than the speed limit. So like on 75 where the speed limit's 70, if you didn't have the option of getting over because it was kind of then slow down to 50, at least 50 when you go by them. Now, there's been instances where this has happened to me, man, and I slow down to 30, just so that there's, cop be noticeably slower.
Yeah, there's no question about it.
Yeah. If Gene Lasker drove a fire truck. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna put a slide. Oh, damn it! Oh, let me. I'm gonna double foot it, hit a little brake, and gas it up a little bit here.
He gets a little.
Wow!
Well, that was nice. You think he hit her?
No.
It kind of looks like the car got maybe the air pressure from the drafting slid him over a little bit.
A full pink moon will be visible in the U.S. this weekend. Skywatchers in the U.S. can look forward to a full pink moon, which will reach illumination on Saturday at its highest at 8:22.
Why? What is it?
I don't know. It's a pink moon. I've never
reflecting the color off of what?
I don't know.
The Alaskan lights.
Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning, and happy Friday. The day's name is derived from Frigg, a Germanic goddess known for her ability to see into the future. Allow me to borrow some of her foresight, and wish you a great weekend.
Well, thank you. That's a little fact deal you could go to work with. Hey, what's Friday named after?
Frigg.
This goddess named Frigg, who could foresee the future. People will be like, man, Gene, extra smart.
She knew it was the end of the week now?
I think so. So let me, now that I got, who, you have to wake her up first.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, Alexa,
bitch.
What does a pink moon mean?
The pink moon is a floral metaphor for the month of April, as it signifies the appearance of the pink wild ground phlox, a early spring flower, across the North American meadows. It is also called the sprouting grass moon, the egg moon, and the fish moon. Did that answer your question?
No.
But it sounds like we're dyeing it pink in honor of April.
Yeah,
Thanks for your feedback.
Hey, a pink moon is what you get after you get a whooping.
Hey, Alexa, why is the moon pink in April?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the full moon in April is called a pink moon because it occurs around when a popular pink flower, the phlox, is blooming.
Yeah.
So,
but it's going to be a soft orange hue.
Not really this pinky.
Hold on, they're selling it as pink, Lummy. Are you sure?
Yeah.
An orange? Well, I'll take an orange.
Because to me, man, hold on. If it looks anything,
it's always orange.
If it looks anything like, it's always orange. If it looks anything like that, that's pink.
That's pink.
I mean, that's pink. But I mean, I'm assuming that it's going to be more orangey
Yeah, that's
than
what it's
this,
saying.
and that this has been photoshopped.
Oh, you'll be asleep, Sponge.
Why you have to throw that in there,
not
Lummy?
at
Why
eight-
you just leave it alone?
Hold on, not at 8:22 on Saturday. I'll be at Bubba Raceway Park race directing. We'll be probably in the middle of the late model heat races.
Will you direct everybody to look up at the sky at
Yeah,
8:22?
front straightaway. I want everybody to look at my pink moon.
Hey, it's Bubba. I'll be on the race receiver saying, "Welcome, racers. Listen,
something special for you tonight.
Flagman showing you one to go, but as you come out of 2, if you want to look to your right there, you'll see a full pink moon. It's a pink moon tonight.
If you want a picture with the moon, we'll come by $10.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So pink moon. This is it only for this weekend?
Limited time only, Bubba.
Okay. Let me. We have different captions. The other caption was, if Gene Lasker drove an ambulance. You want to hear this one?
Oh yeah.
If Gene Lasker had a school bus. Okay.
Boy, that's a lot of money right there.
If Gene Lasker had a school bus.
Look at that.
Wait till you see this. By the way, 9,000 horsepower.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, hold on. So, I'm sorry. Some guy put 8,750 horsepower engine in a school bus. So, I mean, that's $9,000. 9,000 horse.
That's crazy.
Now, Gene, look at, because of how torquey and
Look at how big the metal is.
Well, now look how
Look
much
at its viscosity.
Look at the roll bars. That's 3-inch roll bars.
You just said viscosity.
No, viscosity. Look at it.
Well, you can't see viscosity.
Huh?
You can't.
You don't
see,
even know what you just said.
You can't see viscosity.
I was trying to bond with you, Gene.
Oh.
Do you know what nope. Nobody answered the question except the great Seth Kushner. Do you know what viscosity is?
I thought it was those 9,000 horses poking out of the bag.
No.
It's a thickness.
Viscosity stands for how thick your oil is.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. This would probably be running like a 60 or a 70 straight weight.
So like a real thick oil.
Yeah, this would be running about as thick of oil, almost like a rear end oil.
Whew.
Like Gene Redline makes a straight 70 weight.
What they're doing now on some of these big motors, they got 2 oil tanks and 2 oil systems.
Right.
They start the motor up on like a 520 oil, and it's idling there, and then as it makes the
then they'll
heat,
switch it over to like a 60 weight.
Yep.
So they'll start it on a thinner oil to just get a little heat, and then once they got their cylinder heads, and then they'll flip it over to the big.
It's because when you get blow by around the rings for the fuel, it's mostly alcohol. When it gets in it, the 70 weight will eat the oil, will eat the alcohol.
I didn't know this. Listen to this, and this is ingenious. So I've become good friends with Randy from Skag, and so I've been talking. When I go to the Gator Nationals, or even talking to Tony's guys, the crew chiefs, I've learned this. Listen to this: the late model 604 crate guys will go and try to buy the oil from when these top fuel funny cars and top fuel dragsters, they only run their oil one time. You know that. They just run it one time, and it's a 60 or a 70 weight. Well, these late model guys will try to go buy their used oil because it has
fuel in it.
Because it's got nitrous blow-by in it.
Yep. It's got fuel in it.
And it's been thinned down. With one run, it's been thinned down to like maybe a 50 weight, 40 weight, which you could run in a late model, but it's got, blow-by nitrous in it.
Well, you see, when a cylinder is pulling down and it's pulling vacuum and it's pulling suction, it pulls the fuel and it'll blow by the rings and it'll get into the oil. But when it goes back up for compression and it's making its way back up, it's got reverse suction. So it'll literally pull some of the oil back around the ring into the cylinder. And it's really, really thin. Now, the fuel is really, really thin because it's not oil. And that pushes it in front. It gives you more horsepower.
But it's not brilliant to go buy. They sell their used oil to late model guys because they say it's worth like 10 or 15 more horsepower running, oil that's got fuel in it. It gives you that much more, I guess, horsepower. Can you see? I mean, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, makes sense.
Jeez.
By the way, Gene's going to want to go out and buy one of these. Lummy, as soon as it goes off the line, it's got these these built-in pyrotechnics that lay flames out the top. Watch. Let's see Gene pull up to Dale Mabry, Dale Mabry, and and Martin Luther King with this thing.
Yeah, it'll burn up for 3 lights. I don't want to drive that.
Yeah, you do.
That is wild, huh?
Gee, I've never in my entire life heard you see something that's so badass, and then you say, "I don't want to drive that." Usually, it's man, I can't get.
He was just running 300 mile an hour
with
on the bus
on the wheelie bars
on the back wheels.
I mean, on the wheelie bars.
It must have clear plexin floorboard so you can see.
It's got to. Kind of like Ned's 100-mile John boat. Remember that one?
Yeah. Man, he don't even have to come off on the rev limit or nothing. Look at that thing go, huh?
Man, that's badass.
It sure is.
If Gene Lasker had a school bus. Let me, when we return, it looks like, are we having Alex on today?
Yes.
Okay. He was at an anti-Trump rally. Was it an anti-Trump rally, or was it just a liberal gathering?
It's at the Tesla dealerships.
Oh, this was at a Tesla dealership?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's also been to University of Connecticut and somewhere in Baltimore the past couple of days, too.
I really feel sorry for these Tesla dealerships. They're just trying to sell cars. And you got these liberals, these anti-Tesla people that are, listen, if I'm a consumer and I want to go to the Tesla dealership, I don't want to deal with a bunch of people that are spray painting the, it's like walking into an abortion clinic.
Well, actually, Bubba, it's you got to stay on topic with the protest, because I drove by the one in St. Pete, and so you had all of the anti-Elon people, you had the MAGA people, but then you had anti-abortion people holding up the signs. And I think that this is strictly has got to be about Elon, pro-Elon, anti-Elon. I don't think you got to go to the abortion clinic to get your abortion and message out. I don't think you can cross-pollinate with other protests.
Mm-hmm.
So, how much money is this? I agree. How much money is this costing Tesla? And the fact that, you can't, before you buy a Tesla, I'm sure you go to the dealership and go look at them. And, what's this costing Tesla with regards to, I don't want to walk into a place that's got 200 people protesting outside with spray paint and.
I do.
Well.
Of course you do.
Of course you do, Gene.
I want to break right through the pack.
You want to start a fight.
Yep. Spray paint them.
You bring your spray paint?
Yeah.
You bring your red spray paint. They got their blue spray paint. And we got a spray paint bonanza, do we not?
That's right.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, good morning, Bubba. It's Mike from Lithia. How are you guys?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, quick couple of comments. The school bus was pretty cool. Reminded me of the cream machine, Bubba. Maybe to get Seth's skills updated, he can start cranking on the cream machine, man. Get that thing back to where it needs to be, and let Seth get familiar with things via the cream machine.
Seth, let me tell you something. This is nothing against Seth, but the cream machine's got so many little idiosyncrasies. By the way, it runs now.
All right.
Terry went all through it. I could literally drive it to Ocala, but when you're at a stoplight, you got to double foot it, or because it wants to stall, and then once you take off, man, you got to kind of feather the pedal a little bit, or it'll stall. So I don't. Amongst as much as I appreciate Seth's driving skills, there's just so many little idiosyncrasies to keep the cream machine, rolling that I really don't think anybody, maybe Gene, I could tell Gene, hey Gene, you got to 2-foot it at the stoplights and then feather it a little bit once you get going. Gene figure it out. But Seth is content in his Ford Hemi. So let's not put Seth in vehicles that could potentially hurt him. Seth's a major part of the show, and he is not a gearhead or a vehicle guy. He just likes a nice, reliable Ford Hemi to get him to and from. That's all Seth is looking for. He doesn't need an extravagant.
But if it's what the people want to see, Sponjo, then I'm willing to do
it. So what's wrong with the carburetor? Too big?
No. We just need to really adjust it, to be honest with you. So maybe get a new one. I look at the cream machine, and Hootie cut out the side of it now it has a broken TV in the side, and I just look at it and I was just like, man, having a station.
Don't get mad about that. Just take one of something like what you got, like that Bubba Army lighted thing right there, and get one of them made, and we'll put right in the hole.
Yeah, you mean? Oh, yeah. I guess the
red signs.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
With the lights.
Gene, are you gonna jump on that project?
What, putting it in?
Yeah.
He could probably do it.
I could probably do it.
There you go.
I can fix the carburetor too.
Yeah. So anyway, sir, thank you for bringing up a very sensitive subject. The cream machine's just one of my very, very, my many subjects projects, I should say. That I probably need. I just got so much going on, and I got another major project that just got thrown in my lap. Plus, keeping the track going, I got to add a bunch of new material to the track. So I got a lot on my plate right now. The cream machine's not in my top 5 things that I'm worried about right now.
Understood, Bubba. I just brought back some memories here in that V8 and just brought up the cream machine, so I just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Please, nobody, no more further questions about the cream machine. Thank you. Hello.
Morning, Bubba. This is Mark from Ohio. Thank you for taking my call. Good morning, everybody. You were just talking about the Cool Bus. That was originally built up here in Ohio in a small private shop just not too far away from Summit Motorsports Park. And the guy campaigned it here locally for years. And the amazing thing about that is there is literally no floor other than just underneath of the driver's feet. The whole body is open underneath, and it has 2 independent brakes, one for each wheel with a hand throttle. So when he dumps that thing coming off of the line, it would stand up, and he was literally driving it with an independent brakes to steer it with either back wheel.
Yeah, so he's got like these hand brake, like almost like a hand brake where he can put a little more left, a little more right, or just feather the brakes to try to keep it straight.
You don't need a steering wheel at that moment.
Right.
Correct. Well, I mean, it does have a steering wheel in it.
But the wheels are off the ground. You're not using it.
But it was
steering wheel is only good to get you to the line. Once you're gassing it up, man, you
put your hands on the pull handle.
Now you don't even have your hands on the steering wheel.
Zero-turn mower.
Yeah, you're working like a zero-turn mower, yeah.
But the sad thing of it is that the original owner and builder passed away, and the widow just recently let that go. So it's actually kind of nice to see that piece of local history refurbished and back out on the tour. And what's really cool is when she sold that as a package deal, the original hauler for that is a modified school bus with a wicked flame job on it. You can see that thing from a mile away. But that was just really cool that you guys were talking about that, and that's right here in my backyard. But love the show. You guys have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Appreciate it, my friend. BubbaArmyHQ.com. One-stop shopping. If you'd like to sign up and listen to all the old stuff, or and Lummy, I've been told I'm not even going to get into the app. I had an app meeting yesterday, and we've figured out what the problem is.
That's a positive.
So that's as further as I'm going with it. When I return, let's go back. Let's play the Alex Stein outside of a Tesla dealer. Now, are all Tesla dealerships being protested? Like, Seth, when you went by St. Pete, Tesla, was there a
Yeah, there was a protest. It was a couple weeks ago. I think people have pivoted to the tariffs now, and now that that's under control, I think that, or at least that's paused, I think that, I don't think there's going to be a lot of protests.
So now that Elon's kind of backed out of Doge, Doge, if you will, and this tariff is now the big whodunit. People are kind of maybe leaving the Tesla gimmick alone now, or there's less people.
I believe it might be time to go back to start protesting against Israel and stuff. I think they might be good on Tesla for now.
Maybe back to River to the Sea?
Yeah, back to where they started from.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Everybody that said, "What's up, everybody?" Oh man. AWOL Nation tonight, baby.
Where at?
I don't know the name of it, but it used to be like the Masquerade or Twilight.
Oh, anymore?
Yeah.
Are you going?
Fuck yeah.
What is it? One of his favorite
Just a
bands.
concert.
Damn, that whole roof fell in.
I mean, I'm not getting any. I don't know why I'm not getting any
sound.
Why is there so many people watching it? They all helping to get the people out?
All right, it's just Spanish anyway, so we'll tell the story and not use audio. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Because it's Spanish anyway.
Yeah, we don't know.
And then we'll tease that. We're gonna go in first into Alex, okay?
Sounds good.
Then the Dominican Republic, and then tease that we're coming out with the Helicopter Willie. Okay?
Perfect.
All right. Gene, sell your pavement shit and get your dirt shit in order so I could literally, now I'm only doing one race a month, but we're getting big crowds because we're working with Volusia. Volusia's running once a month. We're running once a month. Wendell's running once a month. So all the tracks are kind of working together.
Yeah.
And I would do a 360 show if you were in it.
All right, let me work on that. I'm trying to save up a little bit to buy me a 360 motor just for my dirt car. Get me a 2-year-old.
But if you sold all your pavement shit.
Oh, well, if I did that, I just take the 360.
Listen to this. Here's the thing. Knowing you for a zillion years, how much fun are you really having on pavement? Used to be race night on dirt.
I'm having fun because I'm racing, but I'm not having fun because I can.
Because you're not
Gene Lasker.
And it's not a fun type of racing. It's follow the leader, nose them out, fucking dig on them. Maybe if you got a little high side grip, maybe. But it's like watching paint dry.
I know.
Meanwhile, you're in there fucking used to yakking the fucking shit up.
Going from the top to the bottom.
Fucking putting sliders on guys.
Oh, yeah.
No, when a guy gets beside you, knowing the motherfucker knows that it's a fucking O2, that he better not fuck around because he's going to get his front end taken.
You're going to find out.
Because he's going to get his front end taken out. Yeah.
Let me just walk into the lap pull down.
Oh, that's great.
Seriously.
I was doing those yesterday and I didn't redo the bar, so he smashed his head into it.
Yeah, to the bar. Yeah, it's still shaking. Whew. Just me and Gene, the two manliest men walking around the fucking Tampa Bay area. An unstoppable combination. Like vanilla and confetti ice cream. What up, Permagram? Gary, go watch my video. Not because I need a view, but just so you can see how I feel. I feel like I need to take a break from cards after what happened yesterday. What's up, LM? Hope you're styling and profiling. What's up, Ed? Ed, thanks for the cash during the show yesterday.
I don't know why you're bitching about no hat, because your hair looks pretty fucking sporty.
Mine?
Yeah.
No,
with no hat looks pretty. I mean, I
don't even have any good hats right now.
I'm just saying, like, but you have the option to wear one now. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, Cuzzo. It's Friday.
Yeah, Felix, I did a baseball one.
I'm starving to death, man.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just getting ready to go back on the air. By the way, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. You can support the show by 4 different measures. Just right, that goes right to us. That's PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All of which, the domain name for all 3 of those are at the Bubba Army. And quite frankly, that's how we pay our bills. That's how we stay on the air. Because Howard Stern was so gracious to give me 5 years worth of a worldwide stage to establish a brand. Because, I mean, that's what the majority of Bubba Army, are. Outside of the few markets, outside of Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando, where we had a huge presence terrestrially, the stage that Howard gave us via Howard 101 Afternoon Drive from 2006 till 2012, people find us and know what we do and know who I am because of that opportunity. So for that, I am grateful. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. We have, I got a statistician that I was introduced to that I'm going to start working with. He's not going to charge me very much to start taking our numbers, all of our digital numbers, and giving me an idea of what our cume and how many people we have per show that listen. And along with regional and geographic demographics, meaning like, you have, 84,000 people a day from Tampa, Florida, listen to either your podcast, your show that's on X, your show that's on Facebook, YouTube. Again, pretty much everything to do with us, all points of programming are titled via the at the Bubba Army.
And don't forget BubbaArmyTips.com.
And then finally, the 4th, I was going to get to it, but thank you for so graciously getting me into the topic. Thank you for the segue, if you will. So then if you don't want to directly give to us via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App at the Bubba Army, then you can go to this thing called BubbaArmyTips.com, and you can help us that way. Or let's say you don't have any money. That's fine. Go to our merchandise place and buy some merchandise
with no money.
Well, I'm just saying maybe you don't want to, contribute via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, but you'd like to get that brand new Bubba Army T-shirt. That's helping. Or you'd like to get that, the Fat Man Dunk 3 basketball shoes. Gene, have you seen my new shoes?
No, I haven't seen them yet.
Okay, now, usually Gene's first reaction is,
Strauss TV, $20
is very organic and honest. So, Gene,
what's that red thing in the middle?
That's my perfume.
Bitchin'.
My colon. I mean my cologne. Don't
Your colon?
Don't you have some?
Yeah.
Bubba Army.
Every time I put it on, I go bitchin'.
You're supposed to say alpha.
I know, but I always thought it was bitchin'.
No, it's not bitchin'. It's alpha.
It should be bitchin'.
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 By the way, I know we're not supposed to really read notes, but the last $20 that got thrown your way, Bubba said you guys saved my life this morning. Thank you.
How did we do that?
That's why that's why I put it out there.
He pulled over and laughing about the show and didn't get hit from behind.
Are you talking about? Was it a super chat or was it? Okay.
Super chat.
Can you tell the last super chat that we saved his life is? Could he explain, please?
Yeah, Strauss TV, please.
So
good guy,
Gene.
Dr. Remulak, $100.
Oh, love the doc. Thank you. That's a big one too, by the way.
Where is that noise coming from?
That comes from under the stage.
Oh.
You don't know where the train horn comes from?
You hate it, don't you, Gene?
Yeah.
Don't you wish you had one on your truck though?
No, I go to jail.
Oh, because you're not the responsible one. You would just blow it off.
I'd use it right on.
You'd go right in front of the Tampa PD Franklin precinct and go. Would you not?
Yeah, why not?
There'd be a cop in front of you, and you'd go. So anyway, Gene, I don't know but we brought back. This is an old school, and a lot of people were asking for it. The original Full Trucker Effect T-shirt. Kind of the T-shirt that put us on the map. At first, Lummy.
No rear wheels.
Well, no, it's going like it.
A lot of people.
It's
going like it's bitchin'.
A lot of people brought that up, Gene.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, there's no wheels on the back.
The original one didn't have any wheels because it was like it's flying. It's like.
Oh,
that's right.
Holy hell! He said he was going to end it this morning.
Oh, he was.
Strauss TV said, "Been going through it too much in life. Haven't been happy in months. Was going to end it this morning." And you guys, like always, made me laugh and smile and think things through a little more.
You know what, buddy? Thank you.
Good for you.
And more, no, but you know what? More importantly,
call in if you're going to do it.
No, yeah, you always call in if we can help.
I mean, you could still call in.
No, but I'm saying is like, first of all, don't ever do that.
No.
Secondly,
and if you think about it, dial 988.
You can dial 988. But secondly, and I want everybody to understand this. I want everybody to be. Let's not be a smart ass here. Let's not try to look for little one-line zingers. I want to tell Strauss TV. I want to personally thank you for looking to my program in that way. It is that powerful. And it made you laugh and it made you happy to take you away from your darkest moment. That's when a person's at their absolute lowest. I've been there before. When I lived in the trailer behind the studio,
yes,
I had my gun out one night. And I was, at my lowest. I just lost my house. I was getting ready to lose the studios. I sold my house and made... Well, I should have owned my house outright, but I kept HELOCing it, trying to keep the business afloat, trying to pay Manson's $90,000 paycheck. And so when I sold my house, it was so HELOCed out and so back taxed out that at the end of the day, I sold it for like $1.3 million. Do you know what at the end of the day, when I paid all the fines and I paid all the back taxes and I paid all the, all the just penalty, I got a $24,300 check. And I needed to be able to find a place to live on that. So I went to Jeff Matthews. You know Jeff Matthews?
I know him.
I said, Jeff, I got $24,300.
I need a deal.
Can you get me? He's like, I can get you like a 33-footer, 2 bedrooms. Like one, and that's when my son was still talking to me. Here's what's most upsetting, is that my son loved me and had no problems with me when we were in the big house, big mansion, big everything. And so I even took his race car simulator and set it up, like moved the little dinette set so my son would be able to use his race car simulator because that was what was most important to him. And tried to make it as comfortable for him as he could, is because him and his mom and I had 50-50 custody. And after 3 weeks was getting some free tickets to the Lightning games. Yes. So we would go to Lightning games and things like that. I was trying to be the best dad that I could under the worst circumstances, trying to come to work every day. Well, it wasn't hard to come to work every day. I just came in through the back.
And
had the shower here, Lummy, in my bathroom. We would use that in lieu of using the shower in the RV, because the showers in RVs just aren't, they don't have the water pressure. They're not as cool. And so we'd use the shower 1 month. So 2 weekends that he spent with me was enough for him to say one day he'd like to, when he was in Ocala living with his mom, he said, hey, and he knew I was at the track because we had a race that weekend. And he said, hey, can you meet me, I forget, at a Cracker Barrel or somewhere in the parking lot. And I was there and I showed up. This is probably going to make me cry. This is when I was at my lowest. And my son comes to me and says, Dad, I'm kind of embarrassed of you.
What?
Of me. My son says, I'm embarrassed of you. And I don't think I want to spend any more weekends. Like, I would have him 50% of the time. So he would stay with me for a week, and then he would stay with his mother for a week. And his mother, she and her new husband have a really nice house in Ocala, far nicer than my trailer. And rather than to be this makes me want to cry, because rather than to stick up for your dad and know that your dad is at his lowest, and I needed my son. I really needed him to be with me on the times that were, my times, the weeks that we, and let me, when I had him for a week, I would make sure that we would do cool stuff. Like we would go to a ball game or a hockey game or, various things. Yeah. And, he told me, I don't want to be with you anymore. I don't want to stay with you anymore. I can't stay in a trailer. I can't. So that was the first time he left me, and that was for 2 years. So, sir, Strauss TV, I laid in bed one night with my Glock and just kept looking at it, and I would, dry fire it and dry fire it, and then I'd put bullets in it and rack one in, and then, play with it a little bit. But, I just knew that wasn't, I knew that if I had done that, if I'd killed myself, because I was so distraught on what my son had done to me. Well, I was also so distraught on my actions. Let's not forget that I'm not perfectly, innocent, and I had done some stupid things to get me into this predicament. I mean, if we're going to be honest, I'm not Johnny, didn't do anything wrong, was involved in some stupid ratings thing that I just wish I wish people really knew the truth on that deal. I just really do.
Do we find out in the doc?
No, it was a sealed settlement that we both can't talk about, but it was sealed. I mean, it was settled, 2 days before it was going to go to court, and I didn't settle it. Meaning, I'm just saying. So, I'd gotten myself in this predicament, but my son, your son is your guy. You're, if you and Sarah weren't together and Coben was your real son, now. Hell, you and Coben may have gotten so close that if you and Sarah, something happened between you and Sarah,
he's coming with me.
He probably would never give up on you.
No.
He would probably say, hey, and if the arrangement was, Gene, that, he spent half of his time with Sarah and half of his time with you, regardless of how low of a point you were at, including living in a trailer behind your powder coating shop, I can promise you, because I know the kid, and he's got just an absolute heart of gold. He's so worried about making you happy and not disappointing you and his mother that he would stay with you in that trailer and he wouldn't bitch about it.
Pickleville, $20.
Am I right?
You're right. I mean, we lived in a trailer for a year when we was building the house because I didn't want to rent a house for $2,500.
No, but that was different circumstances. You were with his mom. Everything was a good family. I'm talking about, you're down on your luck. You make some bad choices in life. Sarah leaves you. Yeah. And Coben's at his, Tyler was about at Coben's age. How old's Coben?
14 now.
Tyler was 16. And he had just gotten his license. And the only car I could get him was the Crown Vic, so I gave him the Crown Vic, and that he threw that in my face, that he was embarrassed about that. And I'm thinking, God, kid, when I was 16, I was driving a 72 Chevy van that was all rusted out, that was my dad's hand-me-down, and I was just lucky to have some wheels. Like, back in the day, man, when we were growing up, you were just happy to get wheels.
Anything worked.
I mean, it didn't matter what it was. Seth, was that your generation, too? Like, when you turned 16, it was whatever Elise and Larry could conjure up for you. You couldn't be you couldn't be picky.
I had dreams of having a Honda Del Sol, but the reality was I got my dad's Mercury Tracer.
Hold on. What is a Honda Del Sol?
That's nice.
It was a little two-seater that had, it was like a T-top, and then the back window rolled down.
Dreams of a Del Sol, but instead you got yourself a Tracer, didn't you, buddy?
I got myself a Mercury Tracer.
Right.
Yeah.
And guess what? After it was all said and done, and you got in that Mercury Tracer, and you could go drive around, you could care less what the hell you're driving.
Well, I was using my mom's minivan one day, and then my English teacher, Mr. Guyberson, in front of the whole class, said he saw me driving in the minivan, and then I really felt like I really shouldn't be doing that anymore. So there were moments where I didn't like driving my parents' van.
You were car shamed.
I did feel free in the Mercury Tracer.
Right. So my son, tells me, so I don't have my son anymore. We've gone, listen, I'm currently involved in a 2.5 year. Haven't seen my son.
That's unbelievable.
And that's not having anything to do with the car. So my son tells me that he's embarrassed of this 04 Crown Vic, and he's embarrassed of me, and he won't be seeing me anymore. And I thought about killing myself too.
That's because you shoved so much money up his butt while he was little.
And so I called my sister and Merch Creek, and they helped me. Merch Creek drove over. I was crying, hot mess. Thinking, and at that point, Lummy, Mark Tate hadn't saved, Valley
National Bank.
Valley National Bank.
Yeah.
Was foreclosing on the studios, and I was going to lose the studios until Mark Tate and Paulie came in and saved the studios.
Well, did you tell anybody anything about that at that moment? You didn't tell me. Why? I could have saved it. I could have bought this and been your landlord.
You guys weren't talking at that point.
No, we weren't talking at that point. Yeah, we might have been.
All you had to do is call me.
You're right. All I got to do is ever call you.
Right.
But Gene, here's the deal. There comes a certain amount of pride as a man.
Yeah, I got you.
You know as what I'm saying.
I know, I got you.
Comes a certain amount of pride as a man. It's like, I'm not going to get on the phone and start begging for money with people. And
you ain't got to beg. You just got to tell me we got a problem, man.
I know.
Help.
I know. And so, Strauss TV, I am honored, humbled, if you will, that we and what we project through these microphones onto your, whether it's Facebook or whether it looks like Strauss TV's on YouTube, and
yes.
and our the chemistry of our program, or the Bubba the Love Sponge show, or all the characters, Seth and Lummy and Gene, we were able to make you laugh today and to save your life, and that comes from you. Is so humbling that we were allowed and that we helped you through the darkest moment of your life. And don't you ever do that, because you always got us. Even Strauss TV, if you need to call Lummy up and give us your personal phone number, and one of us personally call you to help you even further.
He put Lummy on that, and then he changed it to just one of us. Lummy's on suicide patrol on the weekends now.
Yes, sir, Seth.
I'm gonna call him twice.
By the way, Bubba, also while we were talking about that, Pickleville posted that he listens every day, and that he's waiting for a kidney, going through dialysis. So
man, well, good luck to that, bud. I did. The one thing I did hear about that is that is pretty. There's pretty good margins of survival on that. Meaning, like,
when you get a new kidney.
Yeah, I've heard that once you do get one, that things usually work out pretty good on that. So keep that mindset if you could. So, Gene, I wanted to show you one way a guy one way. You don't have to give to PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Become a lieutenant at BubbaArmyHQ.com, or to go to BubbaArmyTips.com, or give us any money at all. But you want to show your Bubba Army, so you want to wear some gear. I mean, we got the Buff Fat Man Dunk slide. Did I ever give you some slides for Coben? I think I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Does he like them?
Yeah, he wears them.
So, Gene, here's our latest shoe. You know, we come up with a shoe every year.
That gold one?
No, that was our first shoe. That was the Trump-inspired first one. I'm going to show you our third shoe, and it's only available for pre-sale for another 19 days. April 30th is the last day that you can order it. That's when we have to put the order in. And I want to click on it and get your just organic, natural reaction.
Strauss TV, $10. Thank you, Bubba.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Do people buy them to wear them or just to save them?
No, I mean, I guess both. So here they are. They're the black, and then in the middle, in this little hologram area, it's going to say number 3 because it's the third shoe in our shoe series. So there's the Fat Man Dunk 3s. What do you think?
Nobody's suing you over them? I swear, man, that looks like a top shelf Nike shoe.
It's inspired by.
It's inspired by the top shelf Nike shoe. The ones that I don't even look up there because they're $300.
Not these jeans.
Mine are only $139. Yes, there are.
I would buy them.
You would?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna give you a pair.
11.
Would Coben wear a pair? Would
11.
Coben wear those to school?
Yep. Of course he's gonna wear. He's gonna take them from me.
So anyway, you have till the 20th. Until the 30th to buy these. Go to Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Shop, BubbaArmyMerch.com from size 6 to 14. 813-90 Bubba. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
This is Upstate NYPD. Just wanted to call in and mark out. Been listening forever. Back in the day on 93, I thought you were a black dude when I was like 8 years old. And
so did I.
Everybody thought I was a black dude.
Right. So then also want to say I was born in New York, but I grew up in Tampa. I used to work for Frank Sufka. He owns Patio Land USA on Barris Avenue, and his brother was actually Patrick from Patrick's Beach Club.
Yeah, I know Patrick. I used to do a ton of business with that guy.
Yeah, man. So I just, again, wanted to call in and love it when Gene's in. I grew up around racing. My uncle, used to race open-wheel modifieds up until just a few years back up here in New York. And I heard Gene mention a name, Tony Carino. Is that a guy that did he used to race go-karts?
Yes, he does. That's why he cheats right now with the dope on his tires because he's a go-kart dude.
Right. I remember him mentioning.
So is he running asphalt sprints and he's dope?
Well, his kid is. His grandkid is.
And he's tire doping?
Right.
Yeah.
He used to have a shop off of Fletcher Avenue. My mom's ex-husband had a shop.
Yeah, he bought
big.
He bought some big property in Lutz. Now he's got a big garage out there.
Yeah.
And Gene is straight chilling.
He is.
Yeah.
I remember him mentioning
Gene,
when I was a little kid.
A lot of times being on the radio, Gene, is knowing or camera presence is and how you're presenting yourself, and you looking like you're in
I'm comfortable
in your Sunday recliner might not be.
I'm not complaining about my dual light system either.
Okay, all right. Well, nobody can see you, Gene. So just
they can see me good.
Okay. So
I was just going to add to the comment that he made. I remember him mentioning putting some Panther Piz on his tires. I didn't even know what that was when I was a little kid. And obviously finding out years later.
Yeah, they're good at it.
And one more thing on a side note real quick. I started working for a company last year, and I walked into my boss's office, and I heard something. He had his phone real low, and I was like, what are you listening to? And he goes, Bubba. And I was like, oh, man, you just went up a notch in my book. So, like, you definitely have a huge fan base up here. I've been slapping stickers. I'm always talking about you.
I mean, New York is like our number 3 overall whole entire area. The area of New York and that whole New England area is super strong for us. So thank you for spreading the great word, my friend.
Yeah, people love you, man. And anyways, after I hang up, I'm buying my FTE shirt, man. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's a good way to support the show. Thank you, my friend. And finally, hello.
Hey, Bubba, I just getting in the car, so I didn't hear the full context, but for somebody who was, really down and out having a rough time, the best definition I've heard of suicide is a permanent solution for a temporary problem. I lost my oldest brother a number of years ago. He was a very high-flying, successful guy, kind of the opposite of what you'd think somebody who would, but there are a lot of people who have great success, and then because he just had a minor dip, and most people would still think, wow, that guy's really successful, but to him it was
so you had
a disaster.
You had a brother that committed suicide, and you can speak from the brotherly / family side of things that it just completely destroys a family. I mean, it destroys a family.
It does, and what it does is all the relationships. Like I have a great niece and nephew who are his children who became great people, but we never had the same relationships we would have had if he was still alive. I mean, we still stay in touch and all that, but no more vacations together, no more. All these things go away, and so it's the people who are left behind who. It's a very selfish act, even though people are not trying to do that to other people. They're just having a really
it's absolutely it's the most selfish act you can do, because at that point you're only trying to think about yourself and your pain, and you're not thinking about anybody else that's either a sibling of yours or a child of yours or a mother of yours. And the trickleization, like the trickle down effect of your act, it may affect you the most, obviously. One's gone, but you have absolutely torn the hearts out of hundreds of people that knew you, that you were the father of, that you were the son of. And so it's the worst. I mean, I can only think, there's only one circumstance that I could think that I would kill myself on, and that would be like if I had done something so bad and they're like, you're going to get the death penalty, and you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life, and you're going to get the death penalty. I mean, at that point, I might off myself, but that's the only, that would be the only parameter. And that in itself, you probably shouldn't do either.
Or if you're suffering medically, if you're suffering something like that, and you want to do that kind of thing. But, from a terminal disease or something like that. But I would kind of make it akin to, if you think about when someone's so wronged by somebody, like criminally, a family, and they say, well, I'd rather, have them suffer forever in jail than to have the death penalty and get it over with, that they have to suffer for decades. Well, this is like the rest of us, the people who are left behind are the ones that suffer forever.
Right. So anyway, man, hey, I appreciate you listening.
Life goes on, and you have to keep going. And there's lots of great things in the world despite that. So
appreciate you, bud.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Lummy, this is Alex Stein. We'll have him on about, 9:20?
Yes.
Or so?
Yeah.
Is he on the road, or is he back home?
He is back home, I believe.
Now, is this him at a Dallas-based Tesla dealership?
Yeah, somewhere in Texas.
And what's he got monkeys on his face for?
Well, it's part of the bit, Gene.
Okay.
You got to watch the bit.
All right.
I'm here in Dallas, Texas.
Gene, you need one of those hats, don't you think?
Yes, I do.
I'm here.
Gene, if indeed you were to wear a hat,
then I'd have to have a GoPro on me, too.
Yeah, I don't even know that your headphones would fit with that hat.
No. Well, I don't know about that part, but I'm saying I'd wear it, because the people would be saying stuff. I need a GoPro. So
you're trying to say that you would join Alex in maybe going to liberal-based protests?
Oh, I walk right through the middle of it
with your MAGA hat on.
Yeah, as long as I'm on the sidewalk,
and I
got to
tell you, Seth, as much as Alex puts up with people kind of pushing him, and Gene would put up with that for one push. Because a lot of times, Gene...
As long as it's on film that you push me first, I'm pushing you.
I think you're doing more than pushing.
Right. Well, I'm going to push you harder.
But, I mean, Alex goes to these really, turning point, and these people get... Maybe you can pull me a couple and we can show Gene, but, these people, throw Cokes on him and... like, they're
because he embarrasses them because they're stupid.
I'm here in Dallas, Texas, at the Tesla service headquarters, looking for libtards that don't like Elon Musk. This is what a libtard looks like in the wild. T410, what does that even mean? Elon Musk cut USDA program. Good. Why? Because we don't need transgender studies in Afghanistan. This is my favorite libtard right now. You don't know what you're doing. I'm on the prowl for libtards.
Nice teeth, buddy.
Wow.
Maybe a little less time protesting.
You think those are real?
At the Chevron, and maybe a little more dental hygiene, buddy.
Oh, man,
I mean,
that's just
for
really
real.
terrible.
If you had teeth like that,
come on,
couldn't you go to like the dental castle and get on a payment program and say, listen, I mean, I think there are low-income dental places that take payments that will let you finance fixing your grill. Now, I don't know if that's just a bad grill or that's white trash that's allowed his grill to get that bad. I think that's the case here. That he wasn't necessarily born with those type of teeth, that he has just not maintained his teeth and they've become this. Because if you don't brush and you don't floss and you don't go to the dentist, listen,
look, you can see Stein's teeth in this guy. I mean, it's a side by side pretty much.
And Stein isn't a guy that, has Hollywood veneers. He just is a guy that brushes his teeth every day, right? I mean, listen, Stein's not noted for having the best, teeth.
They're a little bit crooked there, and they got a little white spot on one of them.
Right. He's got a
normal teeth.
That's the average dude who takes, who brushes his teeth and goes to the dentist every couple of years. That's that dude right here. And this dude here is a guy that I think maybe drinks Mountain Dew and just I don't know, has never been to the dentist
Could you
ever.
imagine the taste in your mouth?
Can you imagine if you French kissed that guy? If you're a girl.
Oh, that's a worse shot of him.
Proud for libtards, and I found a very pretty libtard. Calling names. How is that a name? You're a libtard. You're a trumpling. I like dumplings.
Trumpling.
And I like Trump. I like that. You're not actually a homosexual, I hope, are you? Say I'm a gay man and I hate Donald Trump. You're a gay man. Yes, and I'm transgender.
This girl, she looks like she's been at happy hour with Lummy.
Yeah, no
this
kidding.
girl right here.
Whose side is she on?
I think that she's just drunk.
Okay.
I think she was drunk, Seth, and she saw a gathering that could potentially have some alcohol.
Free beer.
I don't think she really knows what rally she's at.
Yes, and I'm transgender. He's transgender. He's still wearing a mask because he doesn't want to lose his job at T-Mobile. He's a Latina libtard.
Why your brain's so small, your hat's so big?
Yo, look at that wig.
Look at that wig. Good man.
Let's put Trump's kids in there, right?
He sells crack on a line.
He just said this guy sells crack to Hunter Biden.
See, this person's trans. You can't tell if they're a boy or a girl. You can't tell if any of them are boys or girls. And you're still wearing a mask. Look, I don't want to get COVID. They're pathetic. Some of them are nice. Some of them are ill. But these are what libtards.
I mean, and what is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, maybe 25.
It's enough for him to get another video.
If I see that here in Tampa, I will skid my dually right up to that curb.
And turn on your phone and just start asking questions, Gene.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. What are you guys out here protesting?
What are you libtards doing?
Lummy, you know what?
Yes.
We should coordinate with Gene.
Yeah.
And get him one of our shirts.
Yes, we do.
And have him go with you.
Yeah. We need to order another one.
To spring break. Gene, they're going to go out to Clearwater Beach next week and talk to the college break kids.
Yeah, we're going today and next week. I'll get with Gene.
No, I don't want to do that.
Gene, come on.
No.
Hello.
I'll do something like,
I think Gene needs to go to the Tesla dealerships and deal with those people.
I don't see Gene walking in sand.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Hold on. I think the closest that Gene Lasker gets to sand is the sandblasting booth. That's his extent of sand.
I'm walking on sand. Exactly right.
Hello, last call of the day. I'm running so late. And by the way,
Hey, Bubba.
what was the TV guy, the guy that was doing not so good?
Strauss TV.
Strauss TV. Make sure you check in on chat. Let us know that you're doing okay every 15 or 20 minutes. We like to keep up on you. We're like that nurse that comes into your room every 30 minutes and does a checkup.
To get your vitals and make sure your insurance is still the same.
Exactly. So Strauss TV, I need a every 15 to 20 minute check-in. Strauss TV, still laughing, doing good. Appreciate it. Gonna have a great weekend. Hello, go ahead. You're on the air. We got to make it quick.
Hey, Bubba. Last week when you were up in L&J, there was a officer that died up in the Panhandle, got killed in the line of duty. I know you said you're getting your teeth kicked in up there, getting beat or whatever. Why don't you do a Price for Badges or something for him? Maybe that might help out a bit.
I think it was a Fort Walton. I think it was an Oskaloosa County deputy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it was as well.
Let me get a hold of my boy Grillo up there and see if we can get Shannon up there and see if we can do a bike ride and raise some money for that fallen officer's wife. Yes, great.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get on that.
I'm gonna help your ratings or something.
Well, yes, it probably would help my ratings, but more importantly, it helps that officer's wife, and that's what I'm most interested in.
All right, I'm gonna get over here and listen.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it looks like a week ago he died. Dollar General shooting. I sent you also.
Send me the article on that, okay?
I sent you also. We probably have to mute it, but I sent you an example of Stein getting harassed. It's a minute long.
All right, send that to me, and then send me the Oskaloosa County deputy killed in the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Grillo, if you're listening, I'm going to call you today. Let's see if we can get with, I think it's Emerald Coast Harley, and do a Bubba's Bikes for Badges up there. And give all the money to the widow. Let's see if we can do that. Now, I've done one before up there.
Yes, you have.
For another fallen police officer.
Yes.
So let's. I'm gonna call Grillo after the show.
It's Walton County, by the way.
Is it
Walton County? It's still right there.
I gotta send me a map. I gotta get a map as to how close this place is to Fort Walton Beach.
Oh, it's Fort Walton Beach. It's just like Pinellas and Hillsborough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Walton County and Oskaloosa County are just two neighboring counties, and our signal covers both.
Yes.
Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, sir.
I just had to say it in a smarter way.
Exactly.
Gene, would you?
What?
Would you? Do you got two bikes?
I got one at the moment.
Oh, well, I can get Emerald City to get me one, but if we
what
do
about for Seth?
Seth is going to have to ride bitch.
A sidecar or behind?
No,
sidecar.
Nut. They call it nuts to butt.
Okay, well I didn't want to
butt.
They call it nuts to butt. You're gonna have to ride nuts to butt, or you can be a cheerleader at once we get when we leave. You can be applaud us out of there.
Who am I going nuts to ass with?
Nobody. You're not. I mean, maybe Shannon's gonna have his girl on there. Gene, you probably have your girl.
Mm-hmm.
Do they make enough for three people to get hunched up?
No.
They don't.
Mm-mm.
I could put pegs on the back wheels to the bicycles and you stand up on them.
Oh, hell yeah.
And just hold on to the sissy
Put
bar.
my hands on your shoulders.
Seth, listen.
Yeah.
We would have to, you'd have to come to, we'd probably have to, I just got a lot of infrastructure to build, but Gene, I'd probably need you to trailer your bike up there. Or Gene, here's what's easier, is that I just get you a bike from me. I just get you a Softail from Emerald City to ride with me.
Yeah, there you go.
Rather than have to bring yours all, because I think it's a 6 hour.
It's about 7 hours once you get down there.
Yeah, it's 7 hours to Fort Walton Beach.
Yeah.
So we flying?
We get in an hour.
Flying in your plane?
No.
Oh, we don't got that no more.
Jeez, Gene.
No, Gene, we don't have my plane anymore. So we would drive up there. Grillo would get us. I'll tell you one thing, man. The last time we went up there and we did an appearance, they put us in this really badass seaside hotel where your balcony was out. As soon as you open your balcony, there's the ocean.
Yeah.
And you could sleep with your balcony open and hear the waves. Oh, it'd be great for you and Sarah to go up there. And then we have a police escorted.
White hair is $40.
Thank you, buddy. Sidecar Sethy. Seth, if we could find if Emerald City Harley had a sidecar,
Yes.
you would ride in a sidecar.
Of course.
Okay.
I've been dreaming about it since Kid Rock's on Cowboy, where he said sidecar on my side so Joe C can ride.
So, Lummy, I know that you're not driving a Harley.
No, I'm not.
Seth's not driving a Harley. I don't think you could fit in a sidecar, to be honest with you.
No, I don't think I can.
You're going to have to be part of the group that stays back.
Of course.
So what we usually do is we leave the dealership, then we do a route like a 20-mile police escorted route, and then we end up back at the dealership for food and all that kind of stuff. And we raise money for the fallen police officer, and I literally write a check that day to the fallen police officer's wife. It's a great thing. And Gene, do you know how cool it is to be? Listen, when you ride with your outlaws, usually you got the cops chasing you. You don't have the cops giving you a full-blown blowing through the intersection, not having to stop at the stoplights.
We do that at funerals.
Do they do that for
They
you?
either help us or we do it without them.
Can I be in a
We got the guys in the back. They pass the pack and then they stop all the traffic in front of us. And then as we go through, then the next bit of guys.
Yeah, they got the rabbit. They call them the rabbits.
Can I drive your
and
scooter?
they block the traffic. So the cops don't like us doing that because we're taking the law in our own hands. So they help us.
What do you want to drive, my scooter?
Yeah.
I mean, that thing only goes 45.
Oh, I thought that.
As long as you're in the back of the pack, you're only going to do 45.
Yeah, there you go.
Lummy's not driving my moped.
I thought you had a souped up one. I could go 50.
I do. But
we should all get mini bikes and start from the back. Just have mini bikes.
Let's just not overthink it.
What about a hoverboard?
I know that Shannon will. I know Shannon will do it. I'll do it. I'll have a bike. Gene will have a bike. And who else? That's it.
That's it.
Seth has thrown out there if there's a sidecar, Seth would be a sidecar dweller.
I'm sure there's going to be a fan that's going to turn you on to a sidecar ride.
Or Emerald City might have one.
Or there you go.
I'm just not driving. I'm going to have Merch Crick on my back. Wait,
you're going to have she's going to be in front, you're going to have your arms around her waist?
No, she's going to be in the back. I'm driving. She's going to have her arms around my,
around what?
As much as she can get around. I don't know that she can get. I don't know
She's
that
going to get a good stretch that day.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What if you did that and then you found out he was a bad cop?
No, we got killed arresting a guy at Dollar General. Guy blew away at Dollar General in Fort Walton. Or not Fort Walton, where's that? Niceville? Mossy Head.
Man, I am sick and tired of being on a damn diet, bro.
I'm sick and tired of being on a fucking diet and not losing any weight.
Well, I'm losing a little bit, man.
I know, but it ain't like what you should be losing.
But damn.
It's that attitude of yours is what it the fuck is.
My attitude
You got a
keeps
bad
me
attitude.
fat.
You got a bad attitude.
I
Did you
had
send me
attitude my
two
whole life. I
things?
used to be
Yeah, I
skinny.
sent you the sign thing and I sent you the MSN.
I never got chubby till I hung out with you.
I'm sending you both.
Shut up.
I just sent you the news, like a video story too.
I was skinny when I met you.
So we're gonna show how they push him around.
Yeah, there's language in it, so I probably just.
Oh, there's language in it?
Yeah, that's
All right, so I'll play it mute.
Yeah, most of them have language. I was trying to find out what that.
Do they have a...
I just sent you one with a video.
The story?
Yeah, the news story.
Okay.
From their local news.
Thank you, Power Pig.
Jake, $5. Thank you.
Best
Looking
ever.
great, Gene. Yeah,
Best ever.
A bunch of
I got Gene selling his fucking pavement car to get a dirt car, and then we're gonna do the Gene Lasker Open at Bubba Raceway Park next year.
All right.
10,000 to win. Gene starts on the pole. I like that.
Do you want to start in the back, Gene? Show how good you are.
I thought on the pole, but some paid money.
Oh, you're paying?
Well, no, it'll be 10,000. We'll find someone to put money up, and it's going to be my name on the lights. But
multi-use building that can change lives. The Martin Luther King Recreational Center. I was there when the ribbon was cut and the first shovel of dirt was moved. I will be there for more important improvements of our city when you elect me mayor April 22nd. Walton County deputy who was fighting for his life has died. The deputy who was fighting for his life.
Nickelville, $10. What's up, Dr. Steve?
where is that at? Is that close to Panama?
Panama City. Yeah, it's where this is like 40 minutes away. Fort Walton's an hour ish.
It's a power peg.
What's up, Thomas? What's up, Steve? What's up, Redneck? I gotta find one that's made in America, Redneck, you know? What up, Mitch? What's up, Troy from O Canada? Danny.
What's up, Seth Kushner from Seth Kushnerville? Say it.
I don't know. I don't know who you are. I have you muted.
You got me muted?
Yeah, I don't know who you are.
Okay, sorry.
What up, Johnny? What's up, Mike Throwman? Jay Bowler, Jim. Thank you, Pickleville. I appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing okay. Hello, Miss Wiz.
Wizzy! Miss you.
Now let me tell you something. God does not jump out of your wallet to pay those bills. Those bills keep on coming, oh say the great Gene Lasker. Go ahead and open the wallet for us though, and donate via PayPal, Venmo or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now back to the show.
It's Gene Lasker Friday.
Glad to be here.
Glad you're getting to hear me. How about it? 906 on the thumbs up.
That's kind of weak.
Kind of weak for,
For Lasker Friday.
Lasker said it just earlier. He said, I hate being on a diet.
Oh, man.
And I wish we had somebody here to make us some bacon and eggs. Because I really want some right now.
I could.
You want me to Uber you in some breakfast?
No.
Do you ever Uber? Gene? Do you know how to use Uber?
No.
Uber Eats.
My wife does. I just
know.
call her.
I'm not asking.
No, I don't know
I'm
how
not
to.
asking whether Sarah knows. I know that. I know Sarah knows.
I'll be dead before I have to even worry about that.
Okay. So I could Uber Eats in some Waffle House or some Metro diner. I mean, whatever. What do you need? And it would be here within 30 minutes. Or do you think you can make it?
Nah, I'm good.
Plus, you got some donuts left over too.
I can't eat donuts.
Let me tell you something. I'm doning it out right now. How about it?
Trying to
I gotta
the best I can at this diet.
I'm not a really good like people actually make fun of my impersonations.
No,
but I think my Lasker one's one of my very best.
It's you nail it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. That fat ass can't really do a lot of impersonations unless he's doing me. How about it?
Yeah.
If I wasn't around, he wouldn't have anybody to talk about. How about it? Glad you
Self-made over me.
Glad you're getting to see me. Let me tell you something. I was skinny till I started hanging around his fat ass.
That's the truth.
Screw you, Gene, because if we go back and look at your...
If
we go back...
Go back when you OD'd me. That was in the middle of knowing you.
If we go back to when you started hanging out with me way back in the day... And
I was 220 pounds.
And then we fast forward. If you remember when I started Sirius XM at 06, you were really into this gym kick. And you were going to the gym every day.
Yeah.
And you looked good. That didn't have anything to do with me. And you looked like that when we played the Salvia deal.
Yeah, I was looking pretty good.
Oh, you were nice.
Right.
So that's hanging out with me. Right? That's when we were in the midst of our best friendship.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So don't always blame me, Gene.
Come on, Gene.
See, Gene, I think you and I are such good friends that we don't have any other friends in our friends lineup that act like each other. Meaning, like, there's everybody that you know tells you what you want to hear because you're Gene Lasker. Meanwhile, I'll set you straight. I don't care. And you're the same way with me.
Yeah.
Like, let me tell you something. I don't care what Tom Bean says. That's stupid. You're being stupid.
So anyway, I'm going to get a hold of Griff, the guy, the main dude who runs Fort Walton Beach, our boss man up there.
Yes.
His name is John Griffo, and he's a market legend. We used to have Wolfie with us too, and just budget cuts and stuff got him, and that sucks. I still got some friends up there. Bo, of course, who does Mornings on the Country, and I don't know if I know a lot of other people up there. I'm Matt Stone. Remember the guy who was really rude to me?
Yes.
He works for John Caracciolo and JVC and does like the music for some of the music stations. And supposedly Matt Stone feels bad about what he did to me and is like a big proponent now.
So he's going to apologize when we see him?
No, I mean, I don't know that we'll ever see him. I think he's living up in Vermont with his lovely wife, so that I don't know that we'll ever see Matt Stone. But I've been told, by my friends up there that, my name has come up a couple different times. And Stone was like, you know what, man, I really did him dirty.
Oh,
so
nice.
and he's a pretty powerful, influential person in radio. So having those type of people that used to hate you that now like you, that's good. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yep.
So here is, and Seth, if we were to do a Bikes for Badges,
Pickleville $10 and Biggie 7375 $25.
You wouldn't have to participate, but I would like you to, because it's a very philanthropic, very, very good thing we're doing for the community. It's kind of out of your wheelhouse, motorcycles and things like that.
No, I got a leather jacket and a couple grenades. I'm ready for the ride.
You can ride right next to me.
Oh, the people of the Panhandle though are amazing.
I will tell you, Seth. Though it is the
God's country.
Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America.
Say it right.
That's right.
Say it right, Bubba. I'm Bill. Just want to let you know, my name's Gene Lasker, and I don't make no bones about I'm MAGA. Just to let you know. In fact, if somebody wants to send me one of those big MAGA hats, I'm all for it.
$80. I got the link.
Yeah. Go ahead and get me one of them if you guys could, please.
I'd wear it.
I like to
everywhere.
have one. MAGA shirt, MAGA hat. How about it? So the Gulf of America up there is so much more beautiful than down here.
Blows the beaches away down here.
I don't know.
I wonder why.
I don't know if the more southern you get, maybe the more silt it picks up, or maybe it gets a little dirtier. I don't know, because
No, they protect their beaches up there.
well, yeah, maybe that, but it is so beautiful up there, and more importantly, it's like you're dealing with a hybrid Alabama, Georgia person.
It's the people that have money in Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, and the Alabama people all coming together, and then just.
And then you got the big Air Force base, and Air Force
right.
Air Force dudes are cool. Like
Yes.
like you got Army dudes, you got Navy dudes, you got Marine dudes, but Air Force dudes, they're kind of the cream of the crop.
Shrimp on a treadmill, $20.
And Air Force dudes that's Eglin Air Force Base, which is one of our largest Air Force bases, and all the Fly Guys and all the
Blue Angels.
The Blue Angels are based out of there, and it's just the people up there are so nice. It's like you're dealing with a hybrid Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, affluent, nice person.
Yes.
Meanwhile, down here, we get all these New Yorkers and Massachusetts people that, quite frankly, are northeastern assholes.
There you go.
And up there, man, it is beautiful. It's geographically beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
The people are nicer. It's just it seems like it might be a slower way of life. Not in like you're retarded or anything like that. More like, it's just like a more laid back.
It's a country life that meets the beach.
Yes. So anyway, we have my foundation, the Bubba the Love Sponge Foundation, over the years have given over $1 million in money to women that have lost their husbands in the line of duty. And also one woman, Lois Marrero, was a Tampa City police officer, and she lost her life in the line of duty, and she was involved in a lesbian marriage. And this was before, Lummy, the gay people could legally get married. And she was a 20-year veteran. She lost her life in the line of duty. She had a female significant other. The state was not going to give her Lois's, benefits. When you're a police officer, and I hate to talk about this.
She was married.
She was married, yes.
But kind of had to.
Well, I think the Lois Marrero's wife or husband, whatever which one she was, within I think she did take it to the state Supreme Court, and they did eventually give Lois's benefits to her wife or husband. But not Gene, we didn't miss a beat. I mean, after Lois, and the respects had been paid, and I don't even think Lummy, we did a bike ride for her. I just scratched off her significant other a check immediately. It didn't matter to me that they were gay. They had been together for 10 years. They had been married for like 4.
Because we're lesbian happy.
And I scratched off a check. So a lot of times when a police officer has lost their life in the line of duty, it takes the state, 30 to 45 days for the paperwork and the death certificates and just all of that to go through, get stamped, get processed. And, they do get some insurance money. They do get, I think they get a couple $100,000.
Bald balls for on $50.
I think maybe it ranges from incidents to incidents and stuff like that. But I immediately but listen, and when a woman has lost her husband, who's the primary breadwinner of their family, that car bill and that mortgage payment and that power bill
don't stop,
and keeping that refrigerator full for the kids. And the monthly bills that a family has, his check's not coming in anymore. And it will eventually, when they process it. But within that 45 days or so, some of these widows, are kind of hurting. That's where I established my foundation, within 7 days of your significant other having lost their life in the line of duty as a police officer, within 7 to 14 days, I'm coming in and I'm writing that check. And I'm giving it right to... I'm not giving it... A lot of times, they want me to give it to, like, the sheriff's department, fundraiser kind of deal. And I don't know how much of my, $10,000 or $15,000 check they're going to scratch off to her.
IP and pools, $20.
IP and pools. So I write the check directly to the widow. Boom, there you go. And it makes me feel so good, and it's such a good cause. And anybody that's ever, given to my foundation, thank you so very much. And the fallen officers, wives and widows certainly appreciate that. So, Lummy, it looks like we have a police officer and within our 103.1 Florida Man Radio area.
Yes.
And I think this is Walton County.
Yes.
And within Walton County, I think you got let me see, within Walton County, I think you got Freeport, you got Defunct Springs.
Yeah, that's in there.
Laguna Beach. So you got some of our listeners. In fact, our tower is based out of Valparaiso, which is just, kind of on the Oskaloosa County, Fort Walton County, or Walton County line.
Yes.
So, half of our signal, I would say probably half of our listeners come from Walton County.
Yeah, Santa Rosa Beach has a lot of money.
Where this police officer died. So I'm gonna call, and talk to my buddy up there, John Griffalo, and try to organize a Bubba's Bikes for Badges.
Nice.
Here's the story of us losing that fine police officer. I think it happened last week.
Walton County deputy who was fighting for his life has died.
And now the sheriff's office is working to comfort his family and investigate that shooting that happened earlier today in Mossy Head that ultimately ended his life.
This is an agency in shock and in disbelief that this happened, and it's certainly that it happened this way at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday afternoon for something where an arrest was not going to be made.
Deputy Will May.
So 2 p.m. on a Wednesday on a crime that there was not going to be an arrest.
Was killed responding to a trespassing call in Mossy Head.
Walton County Sheriff's Office Dispatch received a call from the Dollar General store, which is located at U.S. Highway 90 around Lancelot Road in the Mossy Head community. That call was that there was an individual there causing a disturbance and needed to be trespassed from the scene.
Deputy May was not scheduled to work, but volunteered to come in.
Deputy May responded to the Goodwill store, made contact with the suspect. There was a brief discussion, approximately 10 to 15 seconds, in which the suspect exited the store with Deputy May walking out behind him.
Seconds later.
All right, so Deputy May makes contact with the bad guy. The bad guy, the only thing he's done at this point has been disruptive, and the only thing he's going to get is a trespassing warrant or a trespassing citation, which is at that point they give you a piece of paper. They take your driver's license down, they write down all your information, and they tell you, I think it's a year, don't come back to this area or to this store. Do not come to this store for a year. If you do, and they call and we catch you here, we could put you in jail. But other than that, you're good. And at that point, Gene, you just take your paperwork and go home.
Right.
Okay, let me tell you something. I can't go to the Dollar General anymore for a
I can go back, just a little different.
and not cause no problems, right?
Right, not cause no problems.
Shots were fired.
That suspect drew a firearm and fired multiple rounds, striking Deputy Will May. Deputy May, to his great personal credit and courage, was able to draw his firearm and return fire.
Sheriff Michael Atkinson says 18 rounds were fired. Both Deputy May and the suspect were shot.
The suspect died on scene.
Good.
Good.
Deputy May called for assistance.
First responders and
Will you find me the day that this happened? Just so I know how long it's been.
other deputies came to the scene, trying to save Deputy May's life.
At 7:10 this evening, Deputy Will May.
It happened Wednesday the 2nd, but he passed away the 3rd.
The 3rd.
Yes.
So
Right
Thursday. So a week from yesterday.
Yeah.
A week from yesterday. So he passed away 8 days ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Succumbed to gunshot wounds.
Sheriff Atkinson says Deputy May did everything he was supposed to do.
There is absolutely nothing tactically wrong that Deputy May did. I've been in this business 32 years. There is nothing I would have done differently. There was no indication whatsoever that this would have ended in that kind of violence.
I mean, if you're just following a guy that's been disruptive in a Dollar General store out of the store.
It only took 10 seconds to get him out. He's really not a threat.
What I'm saying is, you're just walking behind him, making sure he's going to walk out. He's not showing any gun in you. That you don't have any indicator that he's got a gun or anything like that. You're just.
He's not threatening you or hating on you.
Yeah, you're not. He's not threatening that he's going to kill you or nothing. He's just, quietly walking out. You don't know what he's got in his waistband because you've not stopped and frisked him because he's probably not done anything that's, rose to that occasion. And so tactically, the guy's just walking behind him. Next thing you know, the guy pulls a gun out, turns around, and kills Deputy May.
Deputy May had been a member of the Walton County Sheriff's Office since 2014. He is a second-generation first responder.
Deputy May was wearing a ballistic vest at the time of the shooting.
Oh, man, he had a vest on.
The Sheriff's Office will be providing support.
That probably means that he got him, in one of the unprotected areas, like the neck or the head.
Report to Deputy May's wife and 2 children. Law enforcement agencies across the Panhandle have taken to social media this evening to show their support.
Yeah, wife and 2 kids.
Jeez.
I mean, that means we need to step up.
Yeah.
And do a Bubba's Bikes for Badges and write a check. I'll get with Grillo today and see if we can get. I don't know if I would think that Emerald Coast Harley would be the Harley Davidson place that we would. That's who we have a relationship with. And Gene, what we would do is just drive up there, and then they would give us Harleys.
Okay.
And they know they see that we have motorcycle endorsements. They know that we know our way. You can put a guy on a Harley and have him drive from here to 7-Eleven, and you can tell if he knows how to drive or not.
Pretty much.
Or put him in a parking lot and tell him to do a close turn.
Yeah, make a U-turn.
Make a turn. And you can tell, you can tell. Just by the way a guy puts a Harley in gear. All right?
Yeah.
You can tell whether a guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
So and then Gene, so usually for Bubba's Bikes for Badges, as you've participated, where usually there's they take the fallen officer's police car and that leads the parade, and then the motorcycle unit is behind them, and then it's me and my guys.
Yeah.
Behind the motorcycle unit, and all the motorcycle units do is they're bird dogging, where there could be 8 of them, and then one. It gives me chills to see them because there'll be like 12 of them, right, Gene?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, 2 will just take off, pass the deputy's car, go close to intersection down, and then 2 more will take off, and then the only rule is you got to stay on the right hand side, because after they get done closing an intersection and we've passed them, then they haul ass and pass the entire group to get back in line.
Yeah, as long as you don't be stupid, pull out in front of one of them.
Yeah. So when we're having our briefing, we're saying, listen, always stay to the right. Never make a left turn unless the group is making a left turn.
Exactly.
Never get in the left lane, because nothing's cooler is after the rabbits have closed down the intersection, they come whizzing by, full lights and sirens.
Rhett Wilson, $20 from Wilson Race Cars.
Anyway, man.
That's Wilson Race Cars back in Okeechobee?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a good dude. His whole family's a good dude.
Let me ask you, Gene, this is the kind of things, like if we sent you to and somebody did this to you, I think don't you got some brass knuckles? I mean, I don't know if you're...
Yeah, I even got plastic knuckles.
I don't know if you're supposed to admit whether you have brass knuckles because I think they're illegal.
Can you get them on Amazon?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
But you got plastic...
I can bring mine on a plane.
Oh, you got plastic ones?
Yeah.
They hurt. Do they hurt just as bad?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think if we sent you to this and people started touching you... Now,
you're gonna have to put up with some of it because that's where you're at.
Yeah,
you know?
but not all. You got to put up with a little bit of it.
Right.
But you tell me at what point you smash a guy with your plastic knuckles. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. So I can't play the sound because there's some language. So they're having this is transgender support rally.
They got 25 people.
Yeah, and they're supporting transgenderism, and Alex is rolled up on here to cause havoc.
He's playing, I think, Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, he's playing or YMCA or something. So, okay, so far, Gene, you're cool, right? You're up here just, hey, I'm Gene Lasker. I think you guys are all weirdos.
Oh, this is the gender reassignment.
Oh, right there. I would smack his glasses right into his eyes. He'd have contacts at the moment.
That's a girl.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's a woman.
Walks like a guy.
So, hold on. So far, Gene, we could. I've
already hit the white guy. And then I would just pop my speaker right into his mouth. Oh, she had to get a backhand. Why did she just walk up and throw that right in his face like that? Just because.
So hold on now. Now it starts getting a little more aggressive.
He's having fun.
Watch. Ready? Like these guys, they're trying to herd you and like push you. Now look at this, Gene. Like what would you do at that point when a guy starts? It looks like Alex actually threw one back. Didn't it?
Did, yeah.
Right here.
He threw him a body shot.
He did. He threw him a fake body flop, did he not?
He did. He didn't want anybody to see him throw anything. I mean, he's smart when he goes about attacking his ops.
What are the cops? They're on the other guy's side?
Yeah, the cops actually protect
the other guys.
The other guys. The weirdos. Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
They're performing the problem, yet we're
coming back with that. We're coming back with that insane helicopter crash in the Hudson River, 6 dead.
What, another one?
Gene, do you remember this? We're racing in Jacksonville, and somehow, way, shape, or form, we had a helicopter to take us back.
Oh, you about killed us then. Remember that?
I didn't.
Well, you rented the guy.
Okay, so because I rented the guy means I killed us? Or is it the pilot who thought he could stretch the fuel
And
farther?
he went around the clouds, and we went like on the...
We'll tell that story next. Gene and I had a helicopter scare, so much so that we had to do an emergency landing at Lummi. You know the Zephyr. You know the airport on 52.
Yeah.
We had to do an emergency.
We almost didn't make it. We were going to land in the swamp so we get bit by rattlesnakes.
So we got it to.
If we made it.
Is that Zephyr Hills?
Yeah, it's about Zephyr Hills.
Is that what airport's that called?
Zephyr Hills.
Right. So we were supposed to fly
St. Pete.
Yeah, to St. Pete. And this guy, well, I'll just tell the story now. This guy's like, well, no, I'll wait and tell it on the other side. But me and Gene almost died in a helicopter one time.
Oh no.
So bad that Gene and I had to walk to the interstate and get picked up by somebody. I think it was Steps Towing, wasn't it?
I think so.
I don't know.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Around it. about 150 miles around it. That ate up his fuel. But when you're in the air and you're in the dark and you can't see nothing and you don't see no lights on the ground or nothing and you know you're gonna run out of fuel and then you hear I mean loud as balls, bright red light. I looked at I said, you know what? We're gonna be heroes, Sponge. No, geez. Come from the races. We done good.
Don't be telling. Don't just wait. Oh, Cato was with us.
That's right.
And we had.
He was crying.
Yeah, and we had to take a.
We had to settle him down.
Yeah, and we had to take a taxi cab that dropped you off on Bird Street first, and then take us to Terra Verde.
Bird Street.
And it was like $110 cab ride. So if you remember, it took you to Bird Street first, and then took me and Cato. Yeah, I got to tell that story.
Oh man, I remember we had to hold.
Well, no, Cato wasn't freaked out. You were freaked out. You were the most freaked out. You quit being a little bitch. You were the most freaked out.
I wasn't crying though. He was.
No, he wasn't crying. He's in the military. He'd been in a fucking helicopter.
Don't matter. He thought we were gone. He was crying. He was about his wife. He should have done better.
All right, let's not bury Cato, okay?
He wanted to be in a better place.
It's not bury Cato. Put Cato over.
Is he back on with his wife and everything?
Yeah, everything's great. He's doing. I'll tell you privately. He's fucking killing it.
Oh,
He's got like a $150,000 a year job. Him and his wife got back together. Both of his daughters went on to college. Like he's really
good for him.
Yeah, he's doing great.
What a good guy.
Yeah, he was so. Remember, he was part of the race team.
Oh yeah.
Hey, look, hold on. I'm gonna send you a picture.
Hard worker.
I'm gonna send you a picture. He just sent me. He listens to the show, and he just sent me a picture, and we didn't even realize, like, being local guys. Remember, all of our crew had matching uniforms.
Yeah.
We had the 2 Hoboken cars. We had about $80,000 to $90,000 cash coming in on sponsors. We had a K&N deal. We had, remember we would get like 60 free Hoosiers a year?
Yep.
We had a Hoosier deal. Miller Lite was giving us money. We had Leaf race suits. Remember that?
Free.
Bell helmets.
Bell helmets free.
Free. We had, we just had Precision Plumb. Remember that plumbing place that would do all of our plumbing for us? Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Remember it was in St. Pete, and you'd literally say, "Okay, I need 3 7 inch braided 45s."
Yeah, I remember that.
And her name was Cheryl. And we would remember, and you know, plumbing is expensive for your car.
Oh no, yeah.
Remember, you'd lay out.
Yeah, I remember, and then
you'd lay out
with a girl.
Yeah, it was a girl, and you lay out. Okay, I need.
It always amazed me how perfect they were with us. You know, when we said what we wanted, we got what we wanted. It was always over the phone. You know, I don't think a thing of the little things that we did all through them years of racing and winning. You think I don't remember it until somebody brings it up to me and then reminds me. You think that's from the crashes that I've had?
Yeah. All right, Todd Steps is listening, so we're gonna put Steps over. I mean, we're going back to Steps.
Sweet.
And I need the air check, okay?
No problem. Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You know, let me, I don't know if I got a little distracted earlier about our presence in Tampa, not only on AM 820, but 98.3 over in Pinellas County. I think it's, 96.7 in Hillsboro, AM 820 everywhere else. But, Facebook, YouTube, X, we've kind of taken the live show. Seth and I and a couple, we all got together. We took the live show off of Rumble, hopefully trying to get the Rumble people to go over to YouTube to push our YouTube a little bit harder, because I'm just going to be honest with you. Rumble is a little too politicky for me, although we sometimes talk about politics. But it's hit or miss. And we've taken our live feed off of Rumble, and what we do is we post the show then a day later on Rumble. So if you're a big Rumble guy, that's where you live, you can get the show, but it's a day later. A day later. And it has
better nothing.
And it has increased our YouTube numbers. And more importantly, I don't know if you know about this, Seth, but one of the really big wigs of Rumble reached out to Lummy and said, what's up? And Lummy kind of gave him the good news. And now he wants to meet personally with me, where I could potentially go cut. We could be Rumble. We could be back on Rumble, but if we do, they're going to have to promote us. We're on front pages, and they're going to have to get behind us.
They noticed you were gone, though?
They did notice that we were gone. The guy that's second in charge contacted Lummy, and Lummy is setting up an in-person meeting for me and him. Are you not, Lummy?
Yes, I am. Grouper Love's $25.
And so...
Well, that means something.
So, but we're killing it. I got a statistician that's going to give me my Tampa numbers, just my Tampa numbers. But, Lummy, I am so impressed. And I know that we got a ton of people that listen to us in Tampa, including but not limited to a guy, quite frankly, I probably owe an apology to.
Oh, okay.
Who?
Todd Steps.
Oh, yeah, big one.
Todd Steps.
You could have started at 7 and not get enough in.
And what I don't understand. What did you just say?
I said you could have started at 7 and still not get enough in.
Meaning apologizing?
Yeah.
Meaning I could have started at 7 o'clock telling Todd Steps how sorry I am for defecting from him, and still at 10 o'clock be on bended knee begging for him to forgive me.
Kinda.
So here's what happened. I'd been with Steps Towing for years. And quite frankly, man, there is Steps Towing is the greatest of all time when it comes to towing in Tampa, Florida.
They're second to none.
I mean, there's not even a close second. But the close second, and this is no disrespect, I'm not going to mention their name, but I had a guy that used to work at Steps Towing that got let go, and he went to the number 2 guy.
But he was our man.
I know, and he used my friendship to get me to defect from Steps.
He suckered you.
And so he's like, hey, man, you got to come over to this new place.
He gave you some free stuff.
And I'm like, listen, Steps has been with me for so many years. By the way, if you watch any NASCAR race, I don't even care if it's in California.
Every NASCAR race is presently towed by Steps Towing.
Yeah, you understand.
They got the contract.
Steps Towing has a NASCAR. They're the official tow truck
for NASCAR.
Of NASCAR. And it doesn't matter if the race is in Mexico City or, Daytona. They send Steps vehicles there. So, I mean, you got to
I've seen a video of them hauling it. They take the 52-foot flat boys, and then they put 3 wreckers on there, and they'll have 6 of them going down the highway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Steps Towing is... So, I left Steps. I really didn't give Todd an explanation. I just left.
You kind of didn't leave. You just started talking about the other guy.
Yeah, I just started talking about the other guy. And the other guy's like, hey, give me your smart car, and we have a wrapping department, and we'll wrap it up. And because it used to be a Steps Towing smart car. And so I had him put they rewrapped it with this the second place guy. I'm just gonna call them the second place guys.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be disrespectful for them. I just don't want to mention their names because I'm not with them anymore. We're back with Steps.
Nice.
And Steps used to honest to God, like you would call Steps whether it's a lockout or a dead battery or you're in the ditch or you're stuck in the mud or whatever you need a tow for, and you would tell the dispatch, I'm Bubba Army, and they would immediately give you 10 to 20% off your bill.
Yep.
And like it just wasn't kind of shim-shammy, meaning like the dispatchers had a note, at the dispatching station, a very big highlighted note that says, if Bubba Army is mentioned, 10 to 20% off based on what you're doing.
They built a custom wrecker, Bubba Army wrecker.
They did.
In black and white.
And then back in the day when we used to do like Hooters appearances because they were our sponsor,
they'd bring big giant wrecker and hang our car in the air.
They would bring a big giant wrecker and hang our sprint cars in the air.
30 feet off the ground.
Like Steps towing is like, I don't even know what I was thinking. Well, I was thinking as I was being loyal to my friend, and I thought I was helping him out. But I found out through a friend that Todd Steps listens to the show every day. Every day, even though I kind of did him dirty, he still loves the show just because the show's good and there ain't nothing else to listen to. And so I made contact with Todd and said, "Hey Todd, can we get the Bubba Army? Basically said, can I come back? Can I come back? Can Steps Towing be the official tow company of Bubba Army?" And I don't know what their jurisdiction is, but I think it's about everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's literally about everywhere. And so I'm gonna have a conversation with Todd in the next few days, Lummy, to make sure that see what type of deal that you're gonna get if you need a lockout or a tow or a dead battery or just whatever. And when you call Steps Towing and the dispatcher is getting your information, you let it be known that you're Bubba Army, and they'll say, "Sir, you're gonna 10% off your bill, 15% off your bill." So I don't know if Todd's listening right now or not, but Lummy, I'm going to send him this air check, and I am so honored to be back with you. I don't know if you have a wrapping department or not, Todd, but we may have to rewrap the smart car because it has the other.
You might want to talk to him about working on that cream machine and putting a lighted sign for commercials on that hole, and we can run Steps Towing on there, lighted. And
well, you know what the thing about Steps Towing, one of the best things about it is they're so large, and they're always getting brand new trucks in.
They build them themselves.
Getting
when they buy the truck and they buy the
right. They have their own fabrication department.
Exactly.
So when I would get a truck or something like that, I get a hold of my boys at Wheeland and get some lights. I just take it over to Steps, and Todd would have his fabrication guys, put all my lights in for me.
Install them because that's what they do.
Right. So Seth, just note to self, the official towing company of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show is what?
Steps Towing, sir.
It's right. So if one day
losing them took a lot of safeness out of our lives.
Here's the deal, man. And I
Steps with two P's, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. STEPPS.
That's right.
Steps Towing Tampa. So, Seth, you never know when you're going to have a
Steps Towing, sir. With two P's.
You would call Steps and they would instantly fly to you.
Yeah, so from now on, and then Seth, you would tell Steps, "Hello, Steps Towing." You'd be like, "Hi, this is Seth Kushner. I work for Bubba."
But more importantly, I'm friends with Gene Lasker, so get somebody down here immediately.
Right. Well, you would have
I got a dead battery with a lockout kicker.
But he would give you someone, a different manager of some sort. That was your guy to talk to. So you didn't have to say anything. He knew your voice over the phone when you told me I'm in trouble. I'm sitting here. My wife's sitting here. My son's sitting here. Whatever. They would take care of you quickly.
Yeah. So anyway.
Well, I'm glad. So we're good with them again, right?
No, we're not only good with them. We're back with them.
All right.
It's official. Well, I mean, I need to get some steps towing
I
commercials.
appreciate you doing that.
Oh man, you must have really caused Gene some problems out there in the
No,
towing
they didn't cause
world.
me no problems. I just hated what he did.
Here's what.
Because the guy that worked that did this to him and made Bubba do that was our friend with steps for life. But he did what he did and got.
Here's what Gene's saying, and Gene, don't lie because I know it's true. Gene's saying this because I know this is a fact. As much as I went to the new company, and I really don't ever really need a tow or anything, but occasionally I'll need something. And Lasker never stopped using steps.
No.
Lasker called me up one time and goes, "Listen, I know you're over there with Steve and that place, but man, I've been using steps since I even knowed you. So don't expect me to start using that other place because I'm a steps guy. Never. So If I go in the air or something, don't be don't be thinking.
But it wasn't the same, They still they treated us different when we were their guys.
Well, yeah, and they weren't so happy when we weren't their guys.
That's right.
Because I was not cool about it.
Right.
I just stopped using them and started using the other place. And Todd Stepp, I never really gave Todd Stepp an explanation. I just, went to the other place, was a complete dick, was kind of lied to, and I want to go back to Steps. And Todd Stepp said, "Come on, buddy."
All right, Todd. Thank you so much.
Come back home.
Come back home.
Come back.
So we're back.
It's just something that it was such a safetiness of comfort.
Well, they're just so much larger.
Anything, wherever you break down, you could call them, and they're coming to get you.
Well, here's the deal: they're just so much larger of a company. It's like
they
comparing
got the best equipment.
It's like comparing Walmart to Jim's grocery store on the corner. You know what I'm saying? They're just so big. And I mean, whether it's your 18-wheeler that's flipped over in the median, and they need to get one of those. Have you seen some of the big stuff they got wreckers that can haul semis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are badass.
And then they got these big rotator wreckers that they got these big rotator arms, and a semi can be in the ditch and they can rotate it on out, and it's just. They got every piece. They got hazardous equipment, pieces. They got and when you watch NASCAR this weekend,
you're gonna see their trucks.
They have like 3 or 4 steps from. What kind of deal that was? So anyway, Todd Stepp. I don't know if you're listening to this or not. I'll email it to you. But you know what? Thank you so much for allowing us back into the Steps family. I look forward to working with you. I probably need to get with you privately and send my smart car over there, Lummy, because it's got the other people on it.
Yeah.
I'm sure Todd's got some kind of wrapping department.
Todd, he really means it because he did this on his own. I didn't help with this at all.
No, in fact, you didn't even know about it.
I didn't even know about it. And I'm very happy. It's made my day.
So I should call and ask for Todd?
No.
He'll tell you who to talk to.
Okay.
He'll give you a number.
Yeah, like when I talk to Todd, he'll give us an area supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just let me know.
And so I'll give you that area supervisor's information. So Seth, if you'd ever have like a dead battery,
Steps towing, area supervisor, Seth Kushner calling.
That's right. We'll be right there.
I work for Bubba.
I put up Bubba's podcast.
You gotta say you're like your second command at BRN.
I'm not, but Lummy is. You want me to lie?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bubba's boss.
Yeah, Bubba reports to me.
I'm Todd Bean's assistant, or Tom Bean.
I'm Seth Bean. Heather Wiz says Steps got me when I broke a stabilizer on her Jeep.
Nice.
Yeah, and Felix said they were really cool when they repoed his car. So.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Love you guys. No homo.
Semi-automatic Travis repairs all Steps trucks in Tampa.
All right, just send me Todd's number. I got a few questions for him.
Todd Steps is man. Remember when we needed a float for the gay parade?
That's right.
What up, Chris?
That was Steps had that float.
Sarah said she pushed the like button and she gave us a thumbs up. And where's my hat? And do you want me to DoorDash you some food?
No, God, that's a hell of a woman. That is one hell of a woman.
I left the house this morning. She goes, "You don't forget your hat," because I always got a hat on. And I turned around for the hat, and I knew that I had a sunbelt in my truck. So I said, "I'm good. I got one in my truck." But I didn't want to put my hat on my hair because my hair was nice, and I didn't want to smash it. So, because I was coming in hair bear, no hat. So
what?
No styling.
But I didn't explain that to her.
Okay, no styling. Okay.
I didn't explain that to her. So when she looked at the TV and seen me with no hat, she was going like, "Oh damn, he did forget the hat. He didn't have one in his truck," and she'd think I'd be upset about that. So I'm trying to get us a maid.
Isn't that cool?
Help me out.
Gene, isn't that cool? We got Todd steps back.
That is way cool, Bubba. That's the coolest thing you've done in a long time. Because he didn't deserve to get lost out of here. He did so much for us whenever we needed it. Forever. And he did it for all of us. He didn't just do it for you, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know.
Anybody that helped you, he helped them too. So, they were always good guys, man. And I remember when he lost that guy, I don't know his name and all, he was trying to help himself, because he was having that problem that he had. He didn't want to lose him. He didn't run him off.
No, there's kayfabe shit. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I know.
Let me see if I can go. Let me see. Here we go. Hold on. Hey Siri. Call Steps Towing.
Just to confirm, you'd like to call Jeremy?
No.
What up, Longer?
You want Todd's phone number?
I won't do it. To who?
Steps Towing.
Which one?
Oh, it gives you the.
It'll give you 21 phone numbers.
What up, Scott?
Da, 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 da.
The Ritz. That's the name of the fucking place in Evil.
So does Macho Man have to work harder back there because he's a single man team?
Yeah.
Poor guy. Is he trying to find a new guy to help?
We got a guy remote.
Oh, okay.
Lives in Virginia.
Oh, wow.
Gary Cantrell.
Yeah, you met him.
I'm sure Gene's met him.
He wore the Bucky outfit.
I kind of didn't pay attention to him because he was wearing a weirdo suit. Like, I get it that you're somebody and you're part of something here, but I don't really want to know.
No, I think he regretted wearing that. Just from the weather factor. It wasn't even that hot that night, was it, Lummy?
No, it felt good.
I think he was sweating his ass off.
He was moving around.
Yeah.
I don't know what a Bucky suit is or what it ain't.
No, I don't either.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Todd Stepp just texted me, said he's getting with his head of dispatch today. And Lummy, we will have a code and a discount probably up and running by early next week.
Awesome.
If you need anything from Steps Towing, you can always go to stepstowing.com. If you're in a ditch or you need a dispatch, it's 800-330-8651. 800-330-8651. I'm on their website right now. I mean, if you like light duty towing services, heavy and medium wrecker services, parking lot management services.
They say they don't tear your stuff up, man. They don't. They do it the right way. They got the right tools. They got the right equipment.
Wait till you see all this.
They teach their guys right.
With over 250 towing and vehicle transport units, Steps Towing is equipped to give you the fastest and most reliable assistant in your time of need. Accidents, breakdowns, motor clubs, classic cars, exotic cars, motorcycles, travel trailers, equipment, dealerships, collision centers, service departments. Here's the Seth department. Jump starts, lockout service, light duty tire change. So, like, you know, Seth, if you didn't know how to change your own tire,
even if you did know how to change your own tire and you're in a bad spot of the town or on the road with hardly no exit and you're afraid you're going to get run over at the same time,
or you're all dressed up because you're going somewhere, you know, fancy with your girl, and you don't want to get. Listen, when you're changing a tire, man, you're going to get brake dust and tire. You know, just call Steps.
Well, I had that problem, and I said, man, I got no way to stand in the road and change my tires, so they're going to hit me. When Steps came there, picked my dually up, drug me to the next exit, pulled over to a good spot, backed me back up, changed my tire, and I was back on the road.
Light duty fuel.
Everybody was fine.
So listen to this: run out of gas, call Steps. Blow out a tire, call Steps.
Your wife annoying you? Call Steps.
Hey, hello, Steps Towing. Can your wrecker meet me at Dale Mabry and 275? I have to drop off my wife.
I'm staging a breakdown, and I need you to take the car and my wife.
I'm gonna act like I'm gonna act like I'm staging a breakdown, and you need to take my wife on the back of the flatbed.
Because she's worse than a flat tire.
Mm-hmm. Sir, we don't offer getting rid of your wife's services. We're so sorry. Run out of gas, call Steps.
My wife, they'd come get her.
Dolly service, call Steps. Accidents, pull starts, winch outs, breakdowns, tractor trailer, motor coaches. And look at this, Lummy. Like when you get like a semi, they got these bags. Like, you know, this would be like a rollover and recovery, like a garbage truck, tractor trailer.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're gonna roll it over without tearing it up.
Hazmat certified gasoline tankers. Now, what's parking lot management mean? Does that mean
that means if you like you're parking in the someone's parking lot and leaving your stuff there when you don't shop in there?
So you mean like out front?
Yeah,
where I have towaway signs.
Right. Yes,
I put Clem's Towing.
We lost one during the hurricane.
We did?
Yeah, we need to get one back.
I think I got one.
Okay,
well, you put Steps back up
but
now.
Hold on, but here's the deal. I need to replace Clem's Towing because Clem's Towing doesn't exist.
No.
And the phone number was 813-80.
90 Bubba, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was 813-90 Bubba. Because all these Bake More Pie people,
Bake More Pie.
No, the
marketing agency next door.
The
people think it is a bakery.
The building next door is called Bake More Pies. It's a marketing agency. It's like, you know, if you're baking more pie, if you're in the pie industry and you're baking more, then you're doing more. So this company basically, in a creative type way, named itself where you could do more business. You're baking more pies.
I'm also a former manager there, Gene, but that's for another day.
Yeah.
You know, Semi-Autoglass Travis said he does all the windshields for Steps locally, and all his trucks have Bubba Army stickers on it. So,
hey,
little shout out there.
Tell him he needs to have a pile full of those, and he just puts one of those right there on the Steps car. Because Todd, I mean, why wouldn't they have them on there?
Of course, they used to have them all the time.
So, I'm going to change our towaway And a couple times, the people from Bake More Pies or the urology people, they have not heeded our signs. Our signs, for the most part, if you remember, Lummy, have worked perfectly.
Yes, they have.
The people all around here that used to
Because
park.
they didn't read them. All they read was towaway zone.
Oh, and it scared them. It scared the hell out of them.
Right. Nobody wants to get their
They
car
didn't see
towed.
that it said Clem's Towing. Well, I'm going to get new ones, Lummy, that says Steps Towing. And I'm going to call. And at that point, Gene, if you own a business and you have a towaway sign and somebody's parked there, you have every right to tow them, don't you?
Sure do.
I mean, if you have a towaway sign that says,
I mean, if you could ask them to move their car, it'd be nicer.
Yeah, but you could be a real dick too. Hook them up.
Yeah, if you're having a grouchy day, just have them towed. Makes yourself feel better.
So anyway, 800-330-8651. Todd Stepp also just texted me and said, yes, we're going to be rewrapping that little
smart
car of yours.
All right.
So it looked like a step.
Yeah, it wasn't too smart to wrap it in the first place.
Well, I mean, it
Gene
looks good.
Bubba's learning, Gene.
What?
Bubba's learning, okay?
Hey, Gene, maybe we could have him, do something with the cream machine.
That's what I'm saying.
Take one, like you said, take one of these signs down.
Right, and mount it to
or have Doc make me a new one. Doc can make
or
me
have
a new
Steps put one of them TV screens in there that plays the commercials.
There you go.
And it plays them picking up NASCARs.
But the TV screens don't. It's a Garmin, 1982 Garmin P30 step van, and
Semi-auto glass mic, $50.
And the body, like if you put anything TV wise in there, Gene, when the body, twists and torque.
They'll rubber mount it.
Oh, that's what they would do?
Yeah, they just rubber mount it. It comes with a seal all the way around, and it takes the vibration right away from it.
They do a better
it's
job.
Like a monitor, and then you can. With your computer, you can play anything you want.
Well, I'd have to buy that. I can't expect Steps to buy. I'd have to buy one of those and see what that would cost.
He
might be able to get a lot cheaper than you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Gene, if we don't have an LED monitor, we could literally just put one of those Bubba Army signs in there.
Oh, yeah.
And that would be just as good.
Oh, that'd
just
be cool, too. Lit up at night. Woo.
We begin tonight with the breaking news, the tragedy here in New York City, a helicopter.
By the way,
did you see that?
Me and Gene and our good friend Caitlin, Jim Tapp, had a helicopter almost death experience. One time we were flying home from Jacksonville. It was me, Jim, and Gene, and the pilot. And the pilot, it's so foggy that the pilot has to go, instead of the most direct route from Jacksonville to St. Pete Airport, he has to follow the road. He cannot.
He went around the fog.
He started following 275.
So he could see.
So we're following the highway, which is not necessarily the. When you fly the highway, it's not necessarily the shortest route. As a crow's fly. And so
I was so upset.
And so we're it's not bumpy, but we really can't kind of see. It's kind of sketch. And the guy's like, "Listen, we're eating up way more fuel than I anticipated, and I don't know if we're going to make it." And this is like, we're in Ocala. Oof. And he's like, and now up until then, we're good. When we didn't think we were going to run out of gas, we were great.
I didn't care about not seeing. I thought they just looked over at the controls and it got us home by digits.
Yeah, well, not primitive helicopters. Helicopters don't have near the navigational and weather support that regular airplanes do. So this guy's flying by the seat of his pants. And it comes to the point where we get to about Dade City, and he's like, we are
going down.
We're not going to make it. We are not going to make it to St. Pete. We're going down. I have about 5 to 7 minutes left of fuel. We have to find somewhere to set this thing down.
I'm yelling at Bubba. I'm so mad at you right now.
Yeah, and I'm like, what?
I don't mind. It's going to be kind of be cool though, because me and Bubba died at the same time, and we're going to be heroes. Came from the racetrack, just got done winning, and and the helicopter took us out because he was an idiot. But you know what? My fault or Bubba's fault. And hopefully we don't take out some children's house or something.
So we literally think that we're going to crash. Like
We're going to die.
The pilot's prepared.
For a while we thought that.
You know, the pilot's prepared. The pilot starts getting as low as he can. And we see the Zephyr Hills Airport. And he's like, and he's now like almost what they call auto rotation, where
we're spinning around in circles.
Where you don't have any more, the motor's not running, but if you have altitude, and you keep the nose pitched down, you can control the descend, but you cannot go the motor's off.
But he put us in. We were spinning around a little bit,
and he puts us in what they call an auto rotate, which means you basically are just going down. It's a controlled fall, and because you're pitching your nose forward a little bit on a helicopter, it can maintain altitude, but you're dropping. But your rotors are still spinning because you're maintaining forward altitude just by pitching the nose. And so he's like, we're about a mile or 2 miles away from this airport, and he's about 500 feet above the ground. And he's like, I think I can get us to the airport.
To an open landing spot, not dropping the trees.
Yeah, And if not, we're going to hit. I'm going to try to land it on 75, which could be a problem because here's people that are driving on 75 southwards that aren't expecting a helicopter to drop out of the sky, that might not necessarily be looking for a helicopter.
And what time is it? What time of the day?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 o'clock in the morning.
You're done.
Well, he was going to drop us off in the woods, and he says, well, I can stop now and drop us in the woods. We'll have to figure out a way to, our cell phone's working, and so hopefully that works.
So he drops us off just short of the airport in the woods.
He goes, and the first thing he says is, I hope we don't get bit by rattlesnakes.
So we had to walk to a gas station on State Road 56, and Jim Tapp remembers this, and use a payphone to call a taxi. And he says, all I can remember is you and Gene yelling at the top of your lungs to the pilot. And the pilot wanted to stay with the plane and get us out of there. And the pilot was afraid Gene was going to shoot him. And so we go to an airport. We finally get to 56, Lummy, at that time. We walk to 56 and get to a payphone and get a taxi to take Gene first to his place on Bird Street, and then me and Jim Tapp, Cato, over to Tierra Verde. It was about $120 cab ride, but we did it. But you know what, Gene? We didn't die.
We didn't die, Bubba.
Did you take the pilot with you, or did you leave him to fend for himself?
We let him fend for himself.
He didn't deserve anything else.
Yeah, we're like, listen, buddy, you know what? And we're kind of in a swamp.
Yeah,
we're like not in a swamp, but we're in real
mush,
like ankle deep mush. And me and Gene have our race suits on, so our race shoes are ruined. Our race up to the middle of our shins got mud, which we could have washed out.
And we're fixing to see people that were walking out of the woods wearing racing uniforms.
Yeah,
what is it? Halloween?
Yeah. So that was. My other helicopter story is the funniest story ever. So that's remember Gene, when I was really big with Budweiser and they were really, really giving us a ton of money for racing?
Yep.
And Gary Grubbs, so Budweiser, Pepin distributor, and Budweiser is like, hey, during the Busch Clash, when they used to start the season, the NASCAR season in Daytona, the number 8 Budweiser car was Dale Jr. If you guys, because we're Budweiser, if you want to come over during a test and tune, you can get pictures with Dale Jr. and you can hang out in the Budweiser area, which Dale Jr. is going to be there. His dad's going to be there, blah, blah, blah. So I call up Gary Grubbs, and I go, Gary, because Gary wanted to meet Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. more than anything in the world, and I wanted to use Gary's helicopter because he had a badass Bell Ranger helicopter. Because, man, during Daytona, driving from Tampa to Daytona
It ain't worth it.
is 4 hours all day. I mean, Gene will tell you.
It's an hour pulling in.
Yeah. So I call up Gary Grubbs. I'm like, Gary, I got a deal for you. This was on a Thursday. Because remember, Gene, they started midweek over there.
Yeah.
I said, Gary, we can go and sit in the Budweiser area, meet Dale Sr. and meet Dale Jr., be Budweiser's guests, but we can't drive over there because I don't get off the air till 10 o'clock. And this is when I work for 98 Rock. And, it's 4 hours. He goes, that's all right, bud. I got a Bell Ranger. Meet me at the Hooters on Hillsborough. There's a spare lot. Now, there's not anymore, but there used to be a spare lot right by the Hooters on Hillsborough. Now, part of the rules of owning a helicopter, first of all, you're supposed to have a license, and Gary Grubbs didn't. Secondly, there's places where you can and cannot land.
You didn't have to ask.
You're supposed to land on places that you have clearance because of the rotor blades and electrical lines, and not in a commercial area, and have permission from whoever owns the area. So I go, yeah, I know where Hooters on Hillsborough is. He goes, meet me there at 10:15. So I go to Hooters at 10:15. All of a sudden I hear, I look up. Here he is hovering. Now this is not an airport. This is not a Walmart parking lot. This is not.
It wasn't that big of a parking lot.
No, I mean it was maybe the size, Lummy, of our back area.
Oh boy!
And he sets this bitch down. He said, hurry up and get in. Hopefully they don't tow your car. I'm like, oh. So I while we're on the ground, I call Guido and tell him, listen, you and Cowhead or however, take my car home. Get my car out of Hooters. I'm gonna leave the keys in it was my Benz. I'm gonna leave the keys in my Benz. You guys come pick it up and take it down to my house. So we're flying on this badass Bell Ranger helicopter, and Gary he's not on the radio talking to anybody. He's not looking at any navigational stuff. He ain't doing nothing. I'm like, Gary, don't you have to get on the radio and check in with the air traffic controllers and tell them where you're going and have a flight plan? And he goes, not if you fly below, 1,200 feet. And I said, well, what are you using for navigation?
Treetops.
You know what he said? I-4.
Oh, boy.
So we flew I-4 at 900 feet into Daytona. He got on the radio just enough to set it down somewhere in the airport at Daytona. I called my buddy from Pepin. They sent the Budweiser golf cart over to pick us up. Picked us up, took us to the Budweiser suite, got pictures with Dale Jr., got the chance to meet Dale Sr.
Nice.
And then watched one of the clashes and then drove home. And I go, Gary, how long you been flying? He goes, about 5 years. I said, was it hard to get your license? And he goes, I ain't got no license. What?
Oh, boy.
I don't got no license. My dad had one of these and taught me how to fly it. I don't need no license. They don't ever check. So Grubbs didn't have a license. I'm like, what? What's going on around here?
Plunging into the Hudson River, killing all 6 people on board. The pilot.
The bad thing about these helicopters are, man, once they start going down, they're like you're literally in a beer can.
That's it, man.
You're literally in a flying beer can. And, let's not forget one of the most famous helicopter tragedies of all time, the great Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
And that was 100% pilot error. That wasn't even like this was some type of part failure. This was a mechanical issue. This wasn't bad weather, bad visibility, because Kobe Bryant's guy flew into the side of the mountain because he didn't have visibility and wasn't listening to air traffic control.
Clint Rob's $20.
What's up, Clip? Get her done. Tell Gary I said hi. That's one of the things I needed to go do is go see them one of these days.
Yeah, good guys.
Remember, Lummy, when I was just starting to get back on my feet?
Yep.
Back in 18. And I would leave the show. Listen to this, Gene. Clint Grubbs took such good care of me. That's when Gary was still lime rocking, out of the mine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I'd get off the show and drive. Remember my Cadillac that Sumo gave me?
Yeah.
Drive my Cadillac up to Sunwest Mines, which is it's an Arapica, and I would either mow or grade the road or work an excavator till 5 o'clock, and Clint would give me $100 bill to help me out.
Nice.
And it was just so cool. I did that for about 2 months.
Pilot and a family of 5 on a tour flight visiting from Spain, a mother and father and their 3 children. Again,
now, this is a tragic story, but man, I know we've all seen video excerpts of how this thing hit. I mean, they didn't have a chance.
No, family.
No one survived this. The chilling scene in the waters of the Hudson. The crash happened in the part of the river between Lower Manhattan and Jersey.
Now they're saying it happened almost identical to where, was it Sully?
Yeah.
Was it Sully, Seth?
Yeah. Sully Sullenberger.
They're saying that this thing landed about right where Sully did. The only difference is Sully, I don't think anybody died with Sully.
No, he landed the plane there.
Sully was a stud.
I saw the movie.
Yeah, the movie was good.
I mean, he put it right on down, man, and I don't think there was a person that got hurt.
Jersey City in New Jersey. Video showing the helicopter spinning and flipping upside down.
That.
You can see it's just the fuselage there.
Hold on,
Rivers
look
of the
at
Hudson.
this.
The crash
Hold on.
happened in the part of the
Right
river
here.
between Lower Manhattan and Jersey City in New Jersey. Video showing the helicopter.
Look at that.
Helicopter spinning and flipping upside.
I mean, at that point,
down.
man, you're
can see
you're
it's just
upside down, man. You're probably going 300 miles an hour.
Jeez.
And you're fixing to smash into the water at 300. And literally that aluminum that they use on airplanes is a little thicker than a beer can.
the fuselage there, the bulk of the helicopter. The rotor blade appears to come apart from the rest of the aircraft before the crash into the...
I've never seen a helicopter have that type of disruptive attitude when it was getting ready to crash. Usually it's a lot different than this. Usually they're able to maintain some type of auto rotation, but
something locked up.
Something locked up, and Gene, very rarely do the blades fall off.
Right.
The river. Witnesses could see the chopper breaking apart.
There's the blade.
As it was going down, the rotor spinning as it falls, splashing into the water, following.
It came off the plane.
Yeah, the guy who changed out the rotor didn't use the right bolts.
Fuselage as it came down. The helicopter then floating to the surface upside down, divers racing into the water to search for the pilot and passengers.
I mean, do you die instantly at that? I think
they
pretty
didn't.
much.
No, they didn't. They said looks like 4 were dead on the scene, 2 were injured, but then they died at the hospital.
So 2 were alive when they rescued?
Yes.
Out of the 6?
Was it any of the kids?
They haven't said which one not survived, but didn't die.
So what kind of helicopter was it?
It was a Bell Ranger.
So Bell killed the 2 guys that were
Tonight,
alive,
the investigation here. How could this happen? The rotor blade coming apart. How old was that helicopter? And we have now learned that the chopper was in the sky over Manhattan for about 15 minutes before it came crashing down. Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, leading us off tonight.
And here, listen to this, man.
He's
what if, because it was a sightseeing helicopter, and so what if you're in downtown Manhattan and you're not next to the Hudson River and you're doing because when they do the sightseeing, they fly above the buildings and then they take you out by the Statue of Liberty and then they take you back into Manhattan and show you where the 9/11 where the Twin Towers used to be. So you're above buildings, skyscraper buildings most of the time. What if this had happened where it came careening down, in the middle of the city?
Took out a lot of people.
Or hit a skyscraper.
I mean, you got some sort of mini 9/11 situation.
Kinda, yeah.
Tonight,
probably the only saving grace, Seth, is didn't have the forward propulsion that those big jetliners did, and maybe it just would hit one of those big buildings and then kind of bounce off,
like and not kill everybody on the floor.
Well, it'd kill everybody. It'd kill a lot of people on the floor.
Well,
but
just where the parts go, and then where it lands. I mean,
Right.
yeah, it's oh man.
6 people killed after a helicopter with a family of tourists on board broke apart and plummeted into the Hudson River off New York City. It happened just after 3:15 this afternoon.
Be advised, you do have an aircraft down Holland Tunnel. Please keep your eyes open for anybody in the water.
The tourist chopper going down on the Hudson between Lower Manhattan and Jersey City. This video showing the chopper splashing down, the rotor blades still spinning in the air before it lands in the water. Fire rescue boats and the Coast Guard racing to the spot where it went down. The chopper fuselage upside down. The rough, choppy water just 49 degrees. Law enforcement officials tell ABC News the helicopter was carrying a family, 2 adults and 3 children, tourists from Spain, in addition to 1 pilot.
I saw the helicopter. It was just coming down in that 45 angle, and it went straight into the water. It was a big splash.
Witnesses watching in horror.
It sounded like a sonic boom on my right. So I look up,
and it looks like it landed fairly close to that Pier building, did it not?
Is there always like life rescue and everything on the Hudson River?
I think they have stations there, Seth, because they get there pretty quick, like they did. Yeah, I think they got like.
They got stations, but I guess they send some out like always on. There's always something.
I think every day there's a couple on patrol.
Yeah,
just
because of the ferries that go back and forth.
Yeah,
they're splitting in two with the rotor flying off in the sky. It was going so fast and just went straight into the water, and like nothing came up afterwards. It must have just sunk.
And I heard a loud snap or like a kind of sound barrier breaking sound, and I could see a helicopter falling on its side and splashing the water right next to that red barge over there. And then the rotor on the top fell off as well and then hit the water.
If your rotor system disintegrates, goes away, stops, blows up, or loses a blade, your whole ability to fly is 100% compromised.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have emergency situations in helicopters are all based around one thing, and that is that you still have your rotor. You may not have power to that rotor anymore, but it adds, you can, we didn't have power to our rotor when Gene and I was part of that, and Jim Tapp were part of that helicopter, mini crash, if you will, but it's because the rotor was intact and didn't fall. The minute that rotor falls off the helicopter, you have no control.
There's no brakes
at all. You have nothing. You're just a flying fuselage at that point. A descending.
At that point, and you're simply going to go down. It's very seldom that we have a helicopter crash that resulted from a disintegration of the lift system. That's what this begins to sound like, and it's very rare.
FAA records show the helicopter is 21 years old.
21.
Flight radar 24 showing the chopper was in the air over Manhattan for about 15 minutes before it broke apart. It was the helicopter's 6th flight of the day.
So let's bring in Aaron.
Man, can you imagine if you were the guy, the
fifth one,
the fifth fifth family that was okay?
Heroes.
No, but the fifth family that was made it out okay. You're like, oh my God, we are that close to dying.
Yeah.
Because this was a mechanical issue.
Katursky, he's on the scene for us tonight. And Aaron, you reported on the family of 5 on board. These were tourists visiting the U.S. on a flight over the city.
The older I get, the more I don't want to take. Like, back in the day, man. Like
you would have been all about this?
Well, back in the day, like when Gary Grubbs went to pick me up at, Hooters, and we fly over there and we fly back. Or back in the day when we had a helicopter fly me, Gene, and Jim Tapp from Jacksonville to Tampa. I never thought anything about it. Or back in the day, when I would go to, Universal Studios and I'd get on the fire and ice 15,000 degree turn roller coaster, the one that you get in and it goes all the way to the top, and then it free falls. I never thought about any of that. I'd be like, oh man, I love riding roller coasters. The older I get, the more I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah, well,
I'm like, you know what? I don't need to be.
Have you ever rode in a helicopter since that day?
Yeah, I have.
I haven't.
I have. I've been in quite a few.
No way.
Do you remember, obviously you probably do, what scared me for my whole life of never wanting to fly a helicopter was when my favorite NASCAR driver, Davey Allison, died.
Yeah.
But he died showing off.
Well, he still died in a helicopter.
But he was showing off.
I don't think he was showing off.
Yes, he was.
How was he showing off?
He tried to back. There was a fenced area on the right, and there was a fenced area on the left. But there was enough room in between them for the land of. But instead of just landing, he turned it around and tried to back it in.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm positive.
I
And
want to
then
look it up.
the blade caught the fence, which flipped it up and caused it to the prop hit the ground, and it picked the helicopter up and swung it up.
Was he the one driving?
Yeah, yes, and he did a 360 degrees and hit on his side, and he wasn't wearing a helmet at the time, and Big Red was, or Red whatever his name is.
Red Farmer.
Red Farmer lived.
Red Farmer did live. Still drives late models to this day. Let me look it up.
It said, he attempted to land the helicopter inside a fenced-in area of the track when the craft nosed up suddenly.
And he was driving?
Yeah, he was driving.
Yeah, he was showing off.
So Lasker's right?
Well,
perfectly right.
It doesn't say in here anything about him showing off, but...
well, why would he in a fenced-in area?
But if it says...
His friends were over there, and he was, I'm going to land it right in that little spot right there.
According to this, Allison family sued and because of the collective socket on the helicopter failed.
Oh, so that's...
sued for $25 million.
That was a part failure, Gene. A show-off with a part failure equaled $25 million. If I do die, that's the way I want to die, where my family can get some money out of the deal.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I guess there's nothing to look up because you already did.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll continue.
They say he'd have lived if he had his helmet on.
His shoulder harness.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I'll tell you that I did like him. I got an Allison car.
Eyewitnesses said the helicopter came down very fast.
Actually, and I still got it to this day. I got an Allison phone, but my car is a phone.
By the time they got there, they saw.
But he was the man because when he got crashed, but he still won the $1 million. And Talladega, maybe it was, or Charlotte.
It was Talladega.
Talladega. He became my hero because he was just a driving motherfucker.
Like him, Billy, and Mark Martin, my three.
Mark Martin's always been a good guy. Mark Martin's
Mark Martin's always been a good guy.
Cleanest drivers ever.
A gentleman.
Yeah, gentleman.
Mark Martin, Johnny's second. Never won a championship. But got second like 3 times.
He's a little guy, too.
Little, teeny, tiny guy.
Met him when I was at Daytona. I got an autograph session. I went through an NASCAR in my hand with me. Got a picture with him. I was like 10. I was like the same size as That's kind of funny.
Dave, when we were sponsored by Pletcher was building our motors at that time. Pletcher was building the trucks for his son. And we got to meet him and hang out with him working while we were building the trucks and mounting the seats for him and stuff. I'd be there dynoing my motor and I kept to hang out with the guy, eat lunch with him and shit.
Give him for that $1,100 for Gene. Don't forget, Bubba Army Tips, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App.
What is that?
Red Farmer said, Red Farmer, I guess, came out and said Davey Allison wasn't showing off. Are you saying showing off like he was just trying to show off to the people that he had a helicopter?
All the people were down there. They were there with their golf carts, getting ready to get to their planes. And where he was supposed to sit down was 30 feet that way. When he sat it down, then he backed the plane up. He made the helicopter go backwards. which is kind of hard to do, but you could do it. So he was doing it.
I gotcha.
And he backed it in between two fence lines, and one fence touched it. And then when I did, it was like, they were going slow. They were on the ground, and he was making it move, okay? So when the prop hit, and then it went, the prop stopped, and the plane and the helicopter spun. So it went from sitting still to spinning and smacking it on the driver's side.
You're a merchant.
That's why Red Farmer didn't die. He was strapped in, had helmet. It didn't fall out of the sky or nothing like that, you know what I'm saying? It was already stopping. It was already stopped at one time, and then he was trying to back it up.
Sure, back that ass up. Say it, homie.
Backing that ass up and got himself killed like a banjo. Beak. Hey, what happened to our TV set?
Oh, it's out.
Been out for a while.
What TV set?
The one right above the door.
What?
You just turned it off.
Watching us, you know.
Greenlight's watching himself.
Somebody's watching me.
Is that the fat pig?
It's from a couple of workouts I did at the Clem Gym Samurai. Really working on the chest.
He's getting puffed up.
I'm doing everything except doing a push-up.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget, man, listen, there could be an application for where you're out needing to separate good material from bad material. I mean, you need a power screen like my good friends from Power Screens, Florida.
Yes.
Based out of Lakeland. I think the website is it powerscreenflorida.com or powerscreenfl.com?
How many people out there can be having to clean dirt?
Listen, if you're going to have dirt, you probably in your application and some of the things that you're doing nowadays, you probably need to clean your dirt.
Powerscreenfla.com.
Are you sure it's FLA?
Yes,
Powerscreenfla.com.
Yes.
And so Gene, I just went out back on that good vein of clay material that I have for the track.
Right.
And we, prior to doing business with Powerscreen FLA, we would just dig it up and take it to the track, and there naturally be rocks in it, and we'd be fighting rocks all year.
How many people got mad about that?
Well,
everybody.
Somebody's hitting a rock every lap.
Man.
That's just rocks and dirt racing.
Anybody ever throw a rock at you?
You hold on. You've been racing dirt longer than I have, and how many times have you been hit with a rock?
I got expelled. I got kicked out of that racetrack because I threw the rock at that track owner.
Yeah, well,
how's that feel?
Well, I'm just saying.
That's what I felt tonight when I got 15 rocks in my face.
Right. Rocks and dirt racing are just stuff you got to deal with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not with me. We are becoming, Bubba Raceway Park / Ocala Speedway are becoming less and less rocky because the new material that I'm putting on the track, I've power screened through Florida Power Screen, based out of, again, Lakeland. Go to Power Screen FLA, and every dirt track that's putting new material on your track should use these guys or something similar, because it It's amazing. And they can, I mean, Gene, they can, they break it into 3 piles. Pile number 1 is the ones that's got the big rocks and big clunks of clay that's just too wet to be able to break up. And then pile 2 has just a little bit of rock, like maybe a quarter-sized rock, but the material's kind of like marble-ish, kind of like marbles, and you can put it on the track because you can race out those rocks. And then pile number 3 is the primo stuff that's just, you couldn't find a rock in it if you tried. But that's your final finished primo stuff. And I'm going up there today to lay some I'm putting some of that final finished primo stuff on the track today. Gonna till it all in today.
Nice.
Hardy rake it in today. Hopefully have a little bit of practice tonight where we can race it in. But I'm putting some of that primo triple screened power screen of Florida material on today.
Shrimp on a treadmill, scientist, $20.
So, Lummy, I said, as you get older,
yes,
like if somebody would say to me, and I wouldn't say no, I just wouldn't say no. But if somebody said, hey, listen, Gene Lasker died and they want you to be a pallbearer. Well, that's very much an honor. In the world that I live in, or how I've been taught, or how I've been raised, that if you've been asked to be a pallbearer,
pretty much got to do it.
You got to do it. You got to do it, and it's kind of an honor too. Like the person's family or the person regarded you as such a good friend that you're one of the six men or
carry him to
6 persons that carry him to his grave. It's very much an honor. But, I'm kind of maybe rethinking that now, Lummy. I'm not trying to be Johnny Scaredy Cat, live in a bubble, but watch this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I seen this, I think.
Yeah, and I'm like,
oh, it's funny.
Well, it's not funny.
It's conflicting. It's conflicting.
Yeah. Right.
It is funny.
The pallbearers carry. So, and listen, if any of us been to funerals, they dug
the hole too wide.
We've seen this, we've seen with every funeral that they have a graveside service on.
Yes.
You see this.
But you walk on the side of the hole.
Well,
this guy made the hole 3 caskets wide.
Well, the people that dug the hole
and then put boards over it,
they didn't put strong enough boards, or they made the hole too big.
They made the hole too big,
so the boards couldn't.
They had no. Yeah, they just.
The pallbearers carried
this.
Benjamin Aviles to his final resting spot.
I think this old timer right here, this guy, and this guy got the worst of it.
One of them gets smashed by the casket.
I don't think there's any deaths.
Neither one of them looks up to carrying a casket.
Right. And here's the deal: when I die, poor guys are going to be struggling.
Actually, the old guy's not even carrying the casket.
Oh, good.
Down the casket, the platform above the burial site.
Now watch this. So what you do is when you're this is you
set it down on the rails.
You put the casket on these straps right here,
which drops it in the hole.
And then the straps they have this little motor and it lowers it down into the ground.
Yeah.
And actually inside of a concrete vault. And then they put this, because they put all caskets inside of concrete vaults now because of grave digging. Did you know that, Seth?
No.
The reason why all people buried in a casket since I think literally the 60s have had to be you have to buy the concrete vault, and you put the casket inside the vault, and then this skid steer or this little mini excavator that I think the top of the vault weighs 1,000 pounds.
I thought they did that because so you don't float it back up to the top when the water is.
Well, it's all, Gene. It's some of that, but it's also you can't grave dig.
Right.
So when they would put people in regular caskets 6 foot down, and somebody knew that maybe grandma got
a necklace
buried with an old Rolex and she had some gold teeth. Back in the day, man, it's a thing. They were called grave diggers, and people would go and dig up caskets and get the gold teeth out of these old people's mouths and their jewelry and everything. And so now that they have now that you have to put them in a concrete vault, it's a concrete, like tub, and then it has this really, really heavy top on it that, two dudes couldn't, if you have an F-350, you could do, but at that point you're making a lot of noise and stuff. Grave diggers would do it quietly in the middle of the night. Now you can't do that. Now you can't dig somebody up.
And to lay down the casket, the platform above the burial site collapses, sending the men plunging into the burial hole.
It
was just a horrible
What's going on here?
incident that happened in a bad moment.
Aviles' stepdaughter, Maribel Rodriguez, says the men who fell into the hole all suffered injuries, mostly to their legs, hands, and back. Aviles' son suffered the worst of it.
The casket laid on top of him, and he was out like a light.
Like, Grandpa, get off me!
He was out like a light.
Yeah, I think the hole was too big.
He was out like a light. His face was in
Yeah, I mean, listen, here's the deal. The hole was too big. So when they put the boards around the hole, the boards were flexing too much.
You sure these guys didn't get too close and then they all dragged each other down?
The hole was too big and the boards were too flimsy.
Yeah.
You're supposed to make,
Daughter Maribel Rodriguez says the men who fell into the hole all suffered injuries, mostly to their legs, hands, and back. Aviles' son.
Check this out.
Look at that. Yeah, because they're on the turf.
You can see the whole thing right here start to kind of...
Son suffered...
Boom.
The worst of it.
The casket...
And look at all the boards and stuff here. Hold on. Right. All these boards are too, I'd
have jumped on top of the casket and rode it out.
What?
I would have jumped right up on the casket and rode it out.
like you're at the Dallas Bowl?
Right. You go down on a jet ski or a bike or something, you want to get on top of the equipment and ride.
You would have rode out, Grandpa?
That's right. No road rash.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
That's. I don't think I want anybody to be. I'm just gonna get cremated.
See what's happened here, Seth, is the guy that was digging the hole was told 2 caskets side by side.
Oh, really?
And then it wasn't, so they boarded it up
Starts from right.
and put the green grass over it, and the boards didn't hold them.
Oh, okay.
They put the boards up on the edges of the dirt so you don't have an avalanche when you walk around them.
I'm going to put my over
That
here.
makes sense.
But they're not made
Make
to
sure
hold
everybody gets theirs,
over a
Colton.
blunt hole.
No way.
Colton, thank you.
Of course.
Give me some good footage this weekend. Let me fish on the J100.
Oh, damn. Fish on the J100. Shut up, fuck boy. Fuck you.
Shut up, fuck boy, fuck you.
Man, it was a crispy night last night.
Was it cold last night?
No, it was just nice. They're doing a thing on pickleball injuries. What the fuck? I know pickleball's a thing, but I really feel like people are really trying to make it a thing. Like the next major. Like the next...
we're 5 years behind the enthusiasm of pickleball. Like pickleball is really a big.
No. I know they closed the YMCA gym so people can play.
Yeah.
So that means
Who the fuck? That had to be Lasker.
Yeah. Well, I don't rat.
Yeah, pickleball's a big thing. Is it in the,
$50, Neil Mal, place here. Gene, you're the man. Sorry. Wait, Gary's getting Luca shoes. Berto got... Oh, Luca. I think I got 3 pairs of Lucas. The Luca 3, okay. I gotta see what these look like. I gotta see what these Lucas look like. Thank you, Stumpy. I got Operation Pigmentation. I got a Dark Match Steve. I got a Tiggs Bits. I got a Over the Line. I got a Tuttle and Kristen. I mean, did racquetball go away?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Racquetball's like so 80s.
It's
racquetball's, like Pac-Man.
Is that the thing where you hit? Is that the thing where you go in the room and?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're done.
I like that.
Yeah, you're done on that.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta get some new. I gotta get some new shoes.
What? A regular pretzel?
Not at it.
But it's all good.
You're not supposed to slam the door.
Go to a concert tonight, so I'm wearing my horrible shoes.
Ain't nobody slamming that fucking door.
Yeah, you are. You just fucking let it slam behind you like you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I didn't play racquetball a lot. They had it at my YMCA when I was growing up, so I played a little. I don't think I was old enough to actually go in there, but kind of reminded me of like wall ball that I played as a kid.
It's the same thing.
What up, Nick? Badminton.
How about the dude that killed the kid, stabbed him at the track meet, and now he's got like 300,000 sent to him on internet.
Shrimp on a treadmill
Bad guy
scientist.
does? Yeah, the bad guy does.
Shrimp on a treadmill scientist, $50. Get them ready, boys. Tanning doggo weekend.
Well, I read that money place.
I'll test Lummy.
They're sending the money back to the people and they're not giving it to him.
This was a very fruitful hot mic, Bubba. What's up, Kabuki? A lot of shout outs. Yeah, you gotta wear the bad shoes to the concert. You want to feel good, but once you start getting beers on you and stepping in piss, you realize that. At concerts in the bathrooms and stuff, these guys can't be straight.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Why are we on TV anymore?
Colton's the man. We're on TV, Gene.
I can't see myself.
No. You're a little bit behind. You need to refresh.
Can't even tell whether I got a hat or not.
You need to refresh, okay?
He doesn't watch it on the computer because we don't give him chat.
Oh, yeah, because if Gene saw chat, he would flip out.
Well, no, he'd just sit there and stare at it the whole time.
Let me tell you something. This guy's pretty cool. Hey, this guy's a real asshole. Let's go ahead and, I don't like him.
Neil Malpa's here, $50. Oscars man, Shrimp on a treadmill sign is $50.
Colton, just, we needed new shirts to go out to ask these spring breakers questions, and just when you guys go out in general, people will take you more seriously if it looks like you're from some kind of news or some type of deal. And so we had Bubba Army Media shirts made. Rainbow Rick made these for him. That's the very front part of it. Bubba Army Media, and then the very back part, Bubba Army Media with the QR code.
That's very official.
Now, Lummy, do you think people will take that a little bit more seriously when you're rolling up on them and talking to them?
Yeah, I think the older people, the people that are over probably 30, will take it a lot more serious.
I see some people put like YouTube staff or something like that. People kind of get off on the word YouTube.
Oh, as long as they know your numbers. It's all about numbers to the young people.
Right.
And
so
we got good numbers.
You guys, I know that you guys have pretty much determined that this is the verbiage that is needed, correct?
Yeah.
Bubba Army Media?
Yes.
All right. And because they instantaneously people are now really skeptical, so they just won't believe that you're part of the media. They actually look you up, and then they determine whether to continue based on how popular or how good your numbers are.
Pretty much.
Right?
For the most part, yeah.
Well, they probably look up our X first, and they see that's at 109. That's pretty good, right?
In the beginning, usually it's YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube gets the young people pretty excited.
The NFL reportedly has requested the 911 audio from the latest Tariq Hill incident. Supposedly there was a domestic violence situation at his house with him and his wife.
I don't think anybody got arrested, but I read she's filing for divorce.
Right, and the NFL is trying to listen to the 911 audio to see, and because nobody's talking. And I don't know if there's any report. I
She's
think
there for the money.
Oh, I'm sure she's there. I mean,
you can tell once you look at her. You can tell she didn't like him.
Well, they don't. I don't think they show a picture of her.
Well, I seen a picture of her, and you could tell she don't like him. She never did like him. She's there for the money.
Well, Tyreek has like 8 different women, like 9 different kids with 8 different women.
Well, see there, that's why.
Aaron Rodgers. I guess Pat McAfee had an event in Pittsburgh, and Rodgers has continued to appear on McAfee's show, and it's a big whodunit as to where he's going. And did McAfee think that he was potentially going to show up to this event?
People were speculating because Aaron Rodgers has to give the Steelers a decision by
I think today,
next Monday, maybe.
Is it next Monday?
It's the 21st, I believe. 21st or 23rd.
Now, is it my understanding, Steph, that the Steelers want him? It's up to Aaron Rodgers to say yes or no. Is that how it goes, or is
yeah, they're just waiting on his answer.
I mean, really, he's being that much. I mean, he's being that much of a like. What's to think about?
I don't know. They Adam Schefter said a while ago that he could sit out a year. I don't know. Maybe he'll retire. It's really no sense in even trying to speculate what's going on in Aaron Rodgers' head.
The guy sucks.
I hope.
Who cares?
If he does come back,
Steelers don't win anyway.
I really don't care. I mean, I'm over him.
You think he's going to change the Steelers?
Yeah, he could, Gene. Listen, for those that know sports, there's a 50-50 shot, Gene, that he comes back and he parties like he has the potential to do.
But he could also put a stain on their, very proud franchise.
But he also could come back, crap the bed, and dismantle the Steelers. I mean, just like he did the Jets. He completely dismantled the Jets.
Right.
Joe Flacco just signed with the Browns.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, they got Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Deshaun Watson.
Joe Flacco started.
Lummy, I'm headed to Ocala.
Drive safe.
I got some Power Screen Florida brand new material to put on the track. Sunbelt Rental got me a new tractor.
Love Sunbelt.
Sunbelt's the best, are they not?
Yeah.
Gene, oddly enough, you have a Sunbelt hat on.
Yes, I always do.
Do you know Kevin? Who's your hookup at Sunbelt?
Brian.
Do they take care of you because you're Bubba Army?
Yes, they do.
Perfect.
That's awesome.
I'm out of here, northbound.
I love you, Sarah.
You know what, Sarah? I love you too. Because you have done absolutely miracle-type stuff with my once really conflicted friend. And he's so much more normal and nice because of you. Seth, I love you too.
Oh, I like you a lot as a friend.
Thanks.
I hope somebody up there's got a sidecar for Seth.
Thank you.
I love you, Bubba.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.